Justice Watchers, before we begin, I want to make this absolutely clear. The following broadcast contains public domain courtroom footage, commentary, and legal analysis. This content is presented under the Fair Use Doctrine as defined by 17 U.S.C. 107 and is protected by multiple Supreme Court rulings, which you see below. This stream is transformative, educational, and journalistic in nature. It includes original commentary, trial breakdowns, legal interpretation, and critical analysis, not raw redistribution. We do not claim ownership over any public domain footage, and all use is strictly within legal bounds. If you're watching this content, you're engaging in a protected, transformative experience, grounded in law, never in speculation. And if anyone has a problem with that, take it up with Campbell, Brady, Miranda, and Irvin. Remember, guys, justice always works better when we watch. So keep watching. See you in the courtroom.
Reales Dominguez. This is case CR 23-1391. Prosecutors Demora, Vanderhook, defense attorney Hutchinson with the defendant present. We have 18 members of our jury present. Good morning, everyone. It's great to see you all. And we're set for day of evidence. That's the phase of the trial that we're in. We're in the people's case in chief. And Mr. Demora, do you have a witness you'd like to call?
Yes, we'll call Detective Torres back to the stand.
Okay, all right, let's bring him back in.
We have another witness that we'll probably interrupt with Detective Torres to call that witness.
Okay, it's all good, thank you. Good morning, Detective Torres. Come on in and take the witness stand. Thank you for being here again.
Thank you.
Yesterday you took an oath under the laws of the state of California for penalty of perjury. Do you recall taking that oath?
I do.
And do you affirm that today?
Yes, I do.
All right, we're on direct examination. Mr. Demora, you're a witness.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Detective Torres.
Good morning.
Detective Torres, I want to finish up with a few of the photos that we left off with yesterday. So a little bit faster today. We left off with the photograph ending in 7392. And this is a photograph that you're familiar with related to Mr. Breaux taken on April 27th, 2023.
Yes.
Right? Go to the next photo.
So this exhibit is which number again?
Exhibit 1, Your Honor.
Okay, exhibit 1 and what number? Can you go back one for me?
That was 7392.
Okay, and stay there for a second. Okay, so listen, this gives me an opportunity to remind everyone, you know, this is this particular judge and all courts, I hope, are big First Amendment believers, and we are live streaming this trial. The courthouse doors are open. It's important for the public to understand what we're doing in our community, and so I have made that decision to live stream this. We also have media that are interested in the case, and they're following along. The jury has been instructed repeatedly not to talk to anyone about this case, and if anyone approaches them, they're to let the bailiff know, so I have that information. But I would remind counsel and the media that while we are live streaming, the court has issued an order not to publish graphic photos of the decedents in this case, or Ms. Guillory. And so, let me just define that better. I don't want any pictures showing unclothed decedents or decedents' faces. And so I would ask the media to honor that court order, and I would remind counsel and my clerk that let's pause the live stream momentarily or do what we can. So I just wanted to remind everybody of that reasonable court order. And with that, then, Mr. Demora, I know the next picture is a graphic picture, so it's an illustration of we should not live stream that. Okay?
Great, thank you, Your Honor.
Awesome, thank you.
I move to 7393. And Detective Torres, is this a picture of Mr. Breaux?
Yes, it is.
I should ask, all the pictures that we're going to go through, the ones we have on, the ones we're going to continue to go through, all of those on People's Exhibit 1 were taken on April 27, 2023, and you're familiar with those, correct?
Yes.
And the pictures you've reviewed are all fair and accurate depictions of what you observed on that day when you responded to Central Park.
Yes.
Right. And is this a just a left-sided picture of Mr. Breaux?
Yes, it is.
Going to next picture, please. 7394. Is this also a left-sided photo of Mr. Breaux's head?
Yes, it is.
Looking at the previous photo, this photo, he's missing his cap or the hoodie that he was wearing.
Yes.
What about his ear?
That is an earplug.
Next photo, please. 7395 on Exhibit 1. And is this a picture of Mr. Breaux taking from the right side of the bench?
Yes, it is.
Next photo. 7396. Is this the knife sheath that we talked about yesterday that was recovered at the foot of the bench?
Yes.
And that was also the this is also the knife sheath that you unpackaged in court yesterday and shipped to the jury.
Yes, it was.
Photo. 7397 on Exhibit 1. This is the same knife sheath, just with that that ruler.
Yes, reference scale, just a ruler.
Next photo. 7398. There's a little bit of shadow in this one. So what's this one?
That is a top-down photo showing the position of the blanket, the red and white blanket.
Okay, next photograph. 7399. What is this?
Top-down, slightly more north from the blanket area.
And in this one, obviously the blanket has been removed, correct?
Yes.
And knife sheath as well?
Yes.
What were you or other investigators looking for?
I was looking for a knife.
Did you find one?
No.
Next photo. 7400 on Exhibit 1. What's this?
It's a photo of the backpack that was next to Mr. Breaux and the scarf.
In that backpack were the contents that we took out of People's Exhibit 6 yesterday.
Yes.
Next photo. 7401. What's this?
This is a photo after the removal of that backpack.
Next photo. 7412. Are these the contents of Mr. Breaux's backpack that we saw yesterday?
Yes.
Next photograph. 7420. What's this?
This is a photo of the underlayer. So the black sweater followed by the Gap sweater. This is the brown sweater, the Goody Fellow.
And that, right below the hands with the gloves, is that a stained area with suspected blood?
Yes.
Next photo. 7421. Just another view, different angle of what you just described.
Yes.
Next photo. 7422. Is this another angle of that same area, but now we just removed that Goody Fellow layer?
Yes.
What layer are we looking at right here?
This is the base layer of the long sleeve shirt that he was wearing.
Next photograph. 7423. Is this a different angle of that same base layer?
Yes.
Next photo. 7424. And what is this?
This is a photo of one of the punctures with a ruler for reference on that base layer.
Is this on Mr. Breaux's left side or right side?
Left side.
What part of his body is that? Is that his arm or his shoulder?
That is his arm just below. This is his elbow. and this is essentially his forearm right here.
You're saying this is essentially his forearm. For the record, you're using a laser pointer in the area where the wound is in the reference marker.
Yes.
Next photo. 7425. Is this another reference to that wound on Mr. Breaux' arm?
Yes, just above the elbow.
And is that a different wound than in the previous photograph?
Yes.
Next photograph. 7426. Is this a picture of that same wound or a different wound?
It's hard for me to tell due to the lighting in the courtroom.
Are you able to see a wound there?
Yes.
Next photograph. 7427. What are we looking at here?
This is a photo of David Breaux. We had moved him now that the coroner was on scene and placed him on a white sheet.
Why did you do that?
For preparation of removal of his garments.
Next photograph. 7428. Is this a different angle of what you just described?
Yes.
Next photograph. 7429. Zoomed in photograph.
Yes.
Why did we take the zoomed in photograph? Is there something you were looking for here?
Just the coloring on the undershirt, having the dusting of brown similar to what's on the sweater.
And next photograph. 7430. What are we looking at here?
His right hand.
Why?
There is bleeding on his right hand and a suspected puncture wound.
And where was that puncture wound?
You can see the concentration of liquid around the puncture wound near this knuckle.
And that goes for the ring finger.
Yes.
Next photograph. 7431. Is that a different angle? Mr. Breaux's right hand. That's where that puncture wound was.
Yes.
Do you see it in this photograph?
No.
Next photograph. 7432. What are we looking at?
This is his right foot and leg.
Next photo. 7433. This is a zoomed out version of Mr. Breaux's right leg.
Yes.
What were we looking for here?
Documenting the leg as found its condition and the condition of the knee.
Next picture, please. And is this Mr. Breaux's left leg?
Yes.
Next photograph, please. Oh, excuse me, that was 7434. Next photograph. 7435. Is this a zoomed out version of Mr. Breaux's left side?
Yes.
And why did you take this photograph? Or, excuse me, what was the significance of this photograph?
To show the overall condition of Mr. Breaux from feet up.
Next photo. 7436. This is the left side of Mr. Breaux.
Yes.
We talked yesterday about that dusting on his left leg. Is that visible in this photograph?
Yes.
Next photo. And just 7437, this is just a shifted version, focusing more on the upper torso of Mr. Breaux.
Yes.
Next photo. 7438. Is this just a different view of the upper torso of Mr. Breaux as well?
Yes.
Next photograph. 7439. Just the midsection of Mr. Breaux.
Yes, it is.
When the question on the last couple photographs, the clothing that Mr. Breaux is wearing is sort of, as we talked about, some of it is pulled up above his arms. Did you or anyone else pull those clothes up or move them from around his arms or from around his waist area?
When we moved him to the sheet, we had to use his arms to assist us and his pants as anchors to hold and shift after we moved him which caused the bunching up from the elbows up to his shoulders.
All right, next photograph. 7440. Is this Mr. Breaux's left leg?
Yes.
Why are you focusing on this area?
To show the dust pattern and the condition of the leg.
Next photograph. 7441. Is this another picture of Mr. Breaux's left leg, just facing more of the lower extremity?
Yes.
Next photo. 7442. Is this Mr. Breaux's groin area and knees?
Yes.
Next photograph.
Objection, evidence code 352.
Sustained. Sustained.
Go to photo 7445.
Objection 352, Your Honor.
Yeah, overruled on this one.
All right, moving to photograph 7445. What are we looking at here, Inspector Torres?
So this is the back of David Breaux after we shifted his left shoulder up so the back could be examined.
So left shoulder up, right shoulder on the ground.
Yes.
Were you able to see any puncture wounds or things like that in inspecting Mr. Breaux?
Yes.
And where were those?
There were several puncture wounds on Mr. Breaux in this vicinity here, the lower mid-back, and then upon further examination, upper right side shoulder and upper back.
And that red liquid, does that appear to be blood based on training experience?
Yes.
All right, next photograph. And that would be, actually, hold on. This is 7457. What is this?
This is a close-up photo of the back of Mr. Breaux. This is the base layer sweater, the gray one, or shirt, I should say, the gray one.
Next photograph. Um, 7459. What is this?
It's a up-close photo of the right shoulder front area of Mr. Breaux.
And that upper shoulder area where there appears to be blood pooling or not blood, is there a wound there?
Yes. Here.
You said here and here. Are there two or is there one?
From my recollection, there were two wounds, upper right shoulder.
Okay. Next photograph. Uh, 7460. People one. Is this Mr. Breaux's hand?
Yes.
Why are we looking at this?
Examination condition of his hand.
Anything of significance that stood out on this?
No.
Next photo. 7461. What is this?
Again, his left hand.
Next photo. 7464. Is this Mr. Breaux's right hand?
Yes.
And this angle, this is one you talked about earlier, had a punch wound to it.
Yes.
Where is that puncture wound in this photograph?
Roughly right here where there's a concentration of liquid.
Right. Next photo, please. 7465. This is a different angle of that puncture wound on the right hand.
Yes, with a ruler for reference.
Next photograph, please. 7468. The palm of Mr. Breaux' right hand.
Yes.
In the palm hand, can you describe what you saw, what you observed?
That there was a puncture in the palm of his hand.
Is that different than the wound, the puncture we were talking about on his ring finger, in the knuckle area?
What do you mean?
Did it appear to be two different wounds, or did it appear to be one wound?
Oh, it looked like one wound through and through.
Next picture, please. 7475. What is this?
That's the sweater, the red checkered sweater that was underneath Mr. Breaux.
Please. 7499. What is this?
This is the back of Mr. Breaux with the base layer pulled up to his shoulders.
Can you identify where there are puncture wounds in this photograph?
Yes. To left of spine, just at the bottom of shoulder blade. Also lower down on the left side of rib cage, and then a few more at the baseline, lower back.
Sort of in the area that's shadowed right now.
Yes.
Next photograph. 7530. People one. What's this?
This is a photo of Mr. Breaux's front without the base layer shirt.
And can you point to where you see any wounds?
Two wounds to his right shoulder, another to his left forearm below the elbow.
Oh, 7503. That's correct. Next photograph. 7504. Okay, forward, what is this?
This is a photo of his right forearm, the top.
Anything that you were able to identify in this photograph? I know it's a little dark and has some shadows in it.
There is a wound to his right forearm here. It's
You say here for the record, you're circling sort of in the middle of the forearm, which happens to be in the middle of the picture itself.
yes.
Next photograph. Okay. 7506. What is this?
It is a photograph of David Breaux's right arm, I believe.
Is that sort of in his elbow area?
At his elbow area, yeah.
Next picture. 7507. What are we looking at here?
This is his right arm above the elbow.
Next photo.
Oh, correction. Left arm below the elbow. Left arm below the elbow, I believe.
Next photograph. 7508. What is that?
That's a scale with the of the wound.
Picture. 7509.
This is a photo of David Breaux with scale.
Do you recall which part body that we're looking at right now?
Without looking at the additional sequence of photos, I don't recall.
Next photo. All right, so looking at 7510 help you reference 7509.
Yes.
All right, go back to 7509. All right, what's 7509?
I believe this is upper left shoulder area. Essentially, this ran out of battery. The hair above the ruler. At the top right corner of the ruler, just to the left, is body hair from the armpit.
Photograph, going back to the 7510. Is this the right shoulder area?
Yes.
Next photograph, please. And 7511. What's this? Next Torres?
This is the back of David Breaux, his right shoulder. This is the bend of the shoulder right here.
That's his head in the lower left-hand corner of the picture.
Yes, this is the back of his right ear.
And are those puncture wounds that are in his right shoulder?
Yes.
Next photograph, please. Seven five 14. What is this?
This is David Breaux. At the top of the photo here, this section is his right side. This bottom section is his left side.
Next photograph. 7515. What is this?
This is his right shoulder. This puncture wound has a ruler for reference.
Next photo.
Jack Evans code 352.
7516.
This is David Breaux's right arm. Here's the bend of the shoulder, and this is the lower part of his upper arm.
And when you're saying the lower part of the upper arm, is that where you have the reference ruler?
Yes.
Next photo. 7517. What is this?
This is the back of David Breaux. This is a ruler next to one of the wounds on his upper right back, just to the right of the spine.
Next photograph, please. 7518. Is this a different wound on Mr. Breaux's back with the reference rule?
Yes.
Next photo. 7519. Is this a photo with a reference ruler to a different wound on Mr. Breaux's back?
Yes.
Okay, 352 on this.
Right, now going to 7520. What is this? Detective Torres?
That's the scarf that was on the backpack when the backpack was on the bench.
Oh, 7526, excuse me. Next photo. 7527, what are we looking at here?
This was a cloth white bag that was attached to the back of the bench with a knot.
Did you inspect that?
Yes.
What, if anything, was in it, or what was this?
It was a.
Going to sorry, I cut you off real quick. 7528, is this a different view of that same back?
Yes.
And next one, 7529, there we go, we got to it. Is this what was in the bag?
Yes.
Next photograph. 7541. What are we looking at here?
This is the back of the bench that Mr. Breaux was seated on, and the wrought iron fence behind that bench.
Now, it looks like there's some letters, white paper stickers that are on the wrought iron fence and maybe even on the bench itself. What are those?
I sectioned off both the bench and the wrought iron fence in order to collect touch DNA samples, and I placed those markers as a visual reminder for myself where I collected those samples.
Next photo, please. 7546. This is a different angle of that wrought iron fence and
Yes.
7547. Is this a picture of the bench after Mr. Breaux and items of evidence have been removed?
Yes.
Next photo, please. 7549. Is this the bench?
Yes.
Next photograph, please. 7553. What's this angle show?
This is the from the north side of the bench, pointed south.
Next photo. 7560. Is this the back side of the bench from the other side of the wrought iron?
Yes.
Next photograph, please. And this last one, 7563. Just an angle from the northwest pointed towards the bench.
Yes.
And what side of the wrought iron fence was this taken on? Was it taken on the side of the bench or the side inside the wrought iron fence?
I believe inside the wrought iron.
One moment now, please. Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Demora. That was correct. Mr. Hutchinson, cross-examination.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Just have one moment. Sir, you testified initially that you believed Mr. Breaux had 5 layers of clothing.
Yes.
After looking at the evidence, does it appear that he had 4 layers of clothing?
Yes.
Just to clarify, the first layer was the TPRO black hooded sweater,
Yes.
and that had a hood on it that was pulled up over Mr. Breaux's head.
Yes.
And that sweatshirt had a string in which a person could tighten the hoodie around the person's face.
Yes.
And when you first contacted Mr. Breaux, the hoodie had been tightened and tied in a knot, correct?
From my recollection, yes.
And approximately 75% of his face was visible. On his right side, about half of it was covered by the hoodie.
Yes.
And ultimately, someone untied the hoodie and opened it up so you could take a complete picture of Mr. Breaux's face.
Yes.
Who untied the hoodie? Was that you or somebody else?
That would have been me.
When you first arrived and you saw Mr. Breaux's body, other than basically the 75% of his face and his right hand, there was no other skin visible, correct? He was completely covered.
Yes.
It looked like underneath that hoodie, he was wearing a knit stocking cap,
Yes.
and it appeared to be some sort of cloth was then wrapped around the base of the stocking cap. Do you remember seeing that?
Yes.
Was that cloth tied in a knot? How was it wrapped around?
I don't remember a knot. I don't recall specifically.
Were you able to determine what that was? Was that just a random cloth?
If I could refer to my notes?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes.
I am refreshed.
What did you determine that cloth was?
It was a black shirt, and it was tied at with a knot on one end.
Was it a full black shirt or a portion of a black shirt that had been tied around his head?
Could you rephrase the question?
Hopefully we're talking about the same thing. He had the knit cap on his head, correct?
Yes.
There appeared to be a cloth wrapped around the knit cap. That's what I'm asking about.
Yes.
And that you determined that was a black shirt?
Yes.
A black shirt or like a ripped shirt?
I do not recall if it was ripped.
But it was a shirt that had been tied around the knit cap.
Yes.
Did that knit cap appear to fit snugly or did it appear to fit snugly on his head, the knit cap?
From what I recall, yes.
So he didn't need anything to tie around the cap to keep it up, based on what you observed?
Yes.
And sir, when you were facing the bench, which Mr. Breaux was on, there was another green bench to your right.
Yes.
And you did, some of the photographs depict that second green bench.
Yes.
Just a moment. Okay.
I think we'll show one more photo of the sequels
Okay,
rather than you marking it as something.
that's fine. I appreciate the lawyers working together.
So, sir, I'm showing you what's been identified as image 7555. Do you see this photo?
Yes.
And this is taken from the angle. It appears you walked into the play structure or the play area,
Yes.
and you're taking this photo looking toward the bench on which Mr. Breaux was found.
In the far distance, yes.
And in the far distance, you can see the looks like some tape or yellow caution tape around that.
Yes.
And in between where you're standing and the bench with the caution tape, there's a second bench.
Yes.
It's the same size, style bench that Mr. Breaux was found on.
From what I observed, yes.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, that was cross. Thank you, counsel. Any redirect?
Just one question, Your Honor.
Okay.
Detective Torres, when we're looking at, there we go, back to that photograph on 7555, do you recall the distance, or do you know the distance between the bench where Mr. Breaux was found and that other bench that we were just talking about?
I have an estimated distance, yes.
If you could.
My estimated distance is 45 to 50 feet.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, great. All right, Detective Torres, subject to recall, I take it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for your testimony today and yesterday. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Demora, witness.
Okay. Mr. Anaya.
Jose Anaya. Okay. Interpreter needed?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Interpreter, well, I'm going to swear him in first, so I'll need you here, and then we have a seat for you.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you want to go ahead and state your credential while he's coming in?
Certainly, Your Honor. Andres Marquez, court certification number 345672 with an oath on file.
Great, thank you. Come on in, sir. Good morning. My name's Sam McAdam. I'm the trial judge here. We've got an interpreter for you, as you can see.
Yes.
I'm going to have the clerk swear you in.
That's fine.
After that, you're going to have a seat here and wait stand.
That's fine.
And then two lawyers will ask questions.
Yes, that's fine.
Mr. Clerk.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear to speak what you give, to cause nothing for the court, to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but truth.
Yes.
Thank you, Peter. Take your first and last name for the record, and spell them both.
Su nombre y apellido y cómo se escriben ambos, por favor, para que lo conste en actas. José Manuel Anaya Jr.
Spell it.
¿Los pueden decirnos cómo se escribe?
J-O-S-E
J-O-S-E
M-A-N-U-E-L
M-A-N-U-E-L
A-N-A-Y-A
A-N-A-Y-A J-R.
Okay, thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Just for the jury, some of you may speak Spanish. We are using a Spanish interpreter. You have to accept the interpretation of our certified interpreter. So please do that. Thank you. Mr. Vanderhook, direct examination.
Directa, por favor.
Good morning, sir.
Buenos días, señor.
Entonces,
Good morning.
What is your current housing situation where you live?
¿Usted actualmente dónde vive y cómo está?
yo en realidad tengo mi familia en Dixon, pero ahorita yo prefiero estar solo porque ya tengo la mayoría de edad. Y
Truthfully,
soy homeless.
Truthfully, I have my family in Dixon, but I prefer to be on my own, so I'm currently homeless.
And how long have you been homeless for, sir?
¿Hace cuánto que viene siendo homeless o sin techo?
10 años.
10 years.
And were you homeless back on May 1st of 2023?
En mayo 1 del 2023, ¿se encontraba usted sin techo?
Sí.
Yes.
And do you have an issue with methamphetamine?
¿Usted tiene problemas? Un momento, déjeme terminar. ¿Tiene problemas con metanfetamina?
Tenía más tiempo atrás.
I had more a while back.
And how long have you been struggling with methamphetamine?
¿Hace cuánto que tiene problemas con metanfetamina?
He tenido problemas como unos 16 años,
I've had issues for about 16 years, but
pero he estado limpio un tiempo.
I've been clean for a while.
And do you currently have active criminal cases
Tiene
in,
actos,
or
causas
an active
penales
criminal case
activas
in Yolo County
en
where you're
condado
charged
donde
with
se le acusa
a methamphetamine offense?
con un delito de metanfetamina?
¿Actualmente?
Presently?
Yes.
Sí.
No.
No.
You have active
Usted
cases in
tiene
Yolo County.
actos, tiene causas pendientes en el condado de Yolo actualmente?
Sí.
Yes.
What are you charged with sorry, how many active cases?
¿Cuántos casos activos tiene?
Tengo uno o dos.
I have one or two.
All right. And what charges are they?
¿Y qué cargos son?
Violencia doméstica.
Domestic violence.
Are you also on probation?
¿Usted también está en libertad condicional?
Sí.
Yes.
And are you facing a potential violation
enfrentando una
regarding a
violación de
new case that
probation
you have pending?
potencial con un caso pendiente.
Una violación,
A violation?
tal vez sí.
Perhaps yes.
And are you currently represented by an attorney?
Actualmente lo represento, soy un abogado.
Sí.
Yes.
And who is your attorney?
¿Quién es su abogado?
Karen,
¿Perdón? Karen Warren or something like that.
Is she in court here today?
Ella está en la sala hoy día aquí.
sí.
Yes.
Now, were you in the Guillory
Usted
County
está
Jail
en la cárcel
back
de Nueva
on
York
March 13th of 2025?
Marzo 13 del 2025.
Sí.
Yes.
And were you served with a
A
subpoena
usted
to
se le
appear
notificó
in
con
court
una
for this
citatoria
case on
para
April 28th
comparecer en
of
esta sala, en este caso,
2025?
abril 28 del 2025.
Sí.
Yes.
Can I first witness, Your Honor?
¿Me puedo acercar al testigo, señoría? Sí.
I'm handing you what's been marked as
Señor,
People's Exhibit
Le voy
59.
a marcar lo que se llama la prueba de carga número 59. Por favor, mire eso.
What is People's 59?
¿Qué es esta prueba?
Es una subpoena.
It's a subpoena.
And is that a copy of the subpoena that you were served
Copia de
in
la
the Guillory
citatoria
County Jail back in March of
cuando
this
estaba
year?
en la cárcel en marzo de este año.
Sí, sí parece.
Yes, it looks like it.
And did you appear in court
¿Y
on
usted
April 28th?
compareció en corte abril 28 del 2025?
La verdad no, pero
Honestly, no, but
yo sí quería venir, sino que no tenía el right
I-
para venir y no tenía dinero ni un bus ticket para venir.
I did want to come, but I didn't have a ride, I didn't have money or to pay for a bus ticket to come.
And last Friday,
El viernes
on
pasado,
the 2nd,
el
were
2,
you arrested on a
usted
material
fue
witness warrant?
arrestado por una orden de arresto para ser testigo material.
Sí, pero la orden de arresto era porque no vine a esa corte.
Yes, but the arrest warrant was because I didn't appear for that court.
Understood. And after
Entiendo.
that,
Después de eso,
did you see a judge?
¿usted vio a un juez?
Sí,
Yes.
And were you placed on an ankle monitor?
¿Y lo pusieron con un grillete?
sí.
Yes, Your Honor, if counsel can speak into the mic, that would
Yeah.
greatly help.
Yeah.
And are you wearing the ankle monitor
¿Y
today?
usted tiene el grillete puesto hoy?
Sí,
Yes.
And is it your understanding that
¿Usted entiende
once
que
your testimony is complete, that
termine
you'll be
su
able to
testimonio
get the ankle monitor
le
off?
van a quitar el grillete?
eso espero.
That's what I hope.
And as part of your
Y
release, were
como
you
parte
required to
de
stay with
su
your parents in
liberación,
Dixon
se lo
from last
requiere
night until
con
the
sus
time of your
padres en
testimony?
Dixon hasta que dé testimonio.
Sí,
Yes.
When you're living on your
Cuando
own,
usted está
do you have
viviendo solo,
electricity that you can use
tiene
to
electricidad
do
que
things
puede
like
usar
charge
para
an
usar
ankle
como
monitor?
cargar el grillete.
no,
No,
But are you able to do that when you're staying
pero
with your
puede
parents?
hacerlo cuando está con sus padres.
sí.
Yes.
Tal vez podría hacerlo como en los shelters.
Perhaps I could do it at the shelters.
Now, regarding your testimony here
Cuanto a su
today,
testimonio,
have you promised anything
¿a usted se le ha
from the district
prometido
attorney's
algo de la
office
fiscalía
about your ongoing
acerca de
cases?
sus casos que tiene pendientes?
No,
No.
Have we promised you any type of
Le hemos
leniency or any
prometido
kind of
algún
deal
tipo
related to
de
your ongoing cases?
perdón o algo en cuanto a unas ofertas en sus casos. No.
And you understand that you could
Y
potentially
usted
ask
entiende que
questions
usted
about
potencialmente puede
your
hacer
ongoing cases
preguntas
as well.
acerca de sus casos
Is
que
that fair?
tiene pendientes. ¿Entiende?
sí.
Yes.
And did you talk with your lawyer about an immunity agreement?
Acerca de un acuerdo de inmunidad.
No.
No.
May I first witness?
¿Me puedo acercar
Okay.
al testigo? Sí.
I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as people 60.
Propósito de identificación, la prueba de
Take
carga
a look at
número
that for me,
16.
please.
¿Puede ver eso, por favor?
Oh, sí, sí, sí hablé con ella.
Oh, yes, yes, I did talk to her about that.
Okay. And regarding that, you understand that
Cuando usted
you're
entiende
required
que
to
usted
answer
se le
truthfully
requiere
during your testimony
responder
today?
con la verdad en su testimonio hoy día.
Sí,
Yes.
And you understand that you're being offered no type of
No se
leniency
le
or any kind
ofrecen
of deal in any of your
ningún
ongoing
perdón
cases?
ni ninguna oferta en sus casos.
sí,
Yes.
And you understand that the extent of the deal
Y
is
usted
that
entiende que la
the
oferta
testimony that
es
you
que el testimonio
provide
que usted dé
cannot be used
no
in
puede
your
ser
ongoing
usado en
cases.
sus casos que tiene pendientes.
sí.
Yes.
And do you understand that if you testify falsely in courtroom today,
Falsamente hoy aquí en
that
esta
you can
sala,
still be charged with perjury?
que aún se le puede acusar de perjurio.
Sí.
Yes.
And have you reviewed a copy
¿Y ha
of that
revisado
agreement that's
una
April
copia
6th?
de este acuerdo?
Sí.
Yes.
And did you sign the agreement?
¿Y usted firmó este acuerdo? Yes.
Looking at page 3 of the agreement,
Mirando
is that your signature?
la página 3 de este acuerdo, ¿esa es su firma?
Sí.
Yes.
After court today,
Después de
and after you get your ankle monitor
hoy
taken off,
y que le quiten el
what's your
billete,
plan as far as your
¿qué
living situation
plan
going
tiene
forward?
usted en cuanto a dónde va a vivir de aquí en adelante?
Voy a empezar a hacer mis DRC classes
I'm going to start with my DRC classes and
y tal vez encontrar un lugar donde quedarme o regresar con mis papás.
perhaps find a place where I can stay or perhaps go back with my parents.
Right. Do you plan on living on your
Mi
own?
plan es para vivir solo.
Sustain.
Pues
No, al momento, déjame decir, hay una protesta, el juez dijo al lugar.
In May of 2023
En mayo del
or in
2023
April of
o
2023,
en abril del
were you
2023,
ever living in Davis?
¿alguna vez estuvo viviendo en Davis?
sí.
Yes.
And did you ever live
¿Alguna vez vivió
on L Street?
en la calle L?
Ah,
I'm sorry, L or Elm?
L, little letter L.
La calle L.
vivir ahí.
To live there?
Did you have a place where you slept
¿Usted
on L Street?
tenía un sitio donde dormía en la calle L?
Tal vez sí.
Perhaps yes.
And what was your living situation like at that
Y
time?
en ese entonces, ¿cuál es su situación de vivienda?
Era homeless.
I was a homeless.
And how would you sleep at night?
¿Y cómo dormía usted en la noche?
Dormía junto a PG&E
I would sleep next to PG&E
en una calle de grava.
on a gravel road.
And how long have you been staying there?
¿Cuánto tiempo venía usted quedándose ahí?
Como algunos 6 meses.
Like some 6 months.
And in April and May
En
of
abril o
2023,
mayo del 2023.
had you heard of
Había
any
oído
stabbings that
usted
had been
de
taking place in
unos
the city of Davis?
apuñalamientos que habían tomado lugar en la ciudad de Davis.
Sí, había oído que habían matado a 2 personas y
Yes, I had heard that they had killed 2 people, and
pero luego la muchacha que nació una tercera vez era mi amiga.
but the woman that was attacked on the 3rd time was my friend.
All right, so I just wanted to talk to you about what was going on
De lo que
before
estaba
what
pasando
happened with your friend,
antes
okay?
de lo que pasó con su amiga, ¿ok?
Were you or anyone else in the
O alguien
encampment
más en
nervous
el
or scared about
campamento
what was going on in the city of
tenían
Davis during that
miedos
time?
o estaban nerviosos de lo que estaba pasando en la ciudad de Davis en ese entonces.
La verdad, la tercera vez que pasó eso, pues sí tenía miedo y me moví de ahí.
Honestly, the 3rd time that happens, I was scared and I moved from there.
And even before your friend was
Antes
stabbed,
de que
when you
apuñalaran
just heard
a su
about
amigo,
the other 2
cuando había
stabbings,
oído de los otros 2 apuñalamientos,
were you scared to be living outside?
¿usted tenía miedo de vivir afuera?
Como no las conocía a las personas, no tanto, pero
Since I didn't know the people, then not that much.
como que no lo podía creer todo.
Like I couldn't believe it yet.
And you talked about someone who was your friend. Who was
Usted habla
that?
de alguien que es una amiga suya. ¿A quién se refiere?
Se llama Kim.
Her name's Kim.
Is her name Kimberlee Guillory?
Se llama Kimberlee Guillory.
Sí,
Yes.
And how long had you known Kimberlee?
¿Hacía cuánto que usted conocía a Kimberlee?
a los 2 o 3 años.
Around 2 or 3 years.
And did you know anyone
¿Usted
else?
conocía a alguien más?
Sorry, where was Kimberlee staying?
¿Dónde se estaba quedando Kimberlee?
En la siguiente calle donde me quedaba yo.
On the street next to the one where I was staying.
And so, were you staying in the same people?
Entonces, I'm sorry, what was that?
Were you staying in the same place with other people as well?
¿Usted se está quedando en un sitio con otras personas también?
Esto es un cuadro que es PG&E, ¿no?
This is a square that's PG&E, right?
Y donde ella pasó eso es la calle que va así.
And
La segunda.
and where that happened is a street that goes like this. I think it's Second.
Y yo me quedaba en la calle que es de grava que va así junto a los trajes.
And I was staying where the street that goes like this, the gravel road, next to the tracks.
And so, I guess my question is, how many people were staying there? Was it just you and Kimberlee, or were there other people as well?
¿Y Kimberlee o habrá otra gente? Vamos a ver la ubicación al lugar.
So, talking about where you're
Hablando de
staying
donde se está quedando su
next to the PG&E,
al lado del PG&E.
how many people were staying there?
¿Cuántas personas se estaban quedando ahí?
Yo me quedaba con mi novia allí y Kimberlee se quedaba con otra persona que se llama Jerry.
I would stay with my girlfriend there, and Kimberlee would stay with another person called Jerry.
Y el otro muchacho no me acuerdo el nombre ahorita.
And the other young man, I don't remember the name.
And so, about 5 people staying there
Como
then?
5 personas se quedaban ahí. Porque
Ellos siempre
vago
tres.
al lugar.
Is the location the generalized area?
Ubicación
He's
es el
described
área
two different
general,
locations.
porque él ha descrito dos ubicaciones distintas. Voy a poner una prueba. señoría. Y si hay una protesta, si el juez dice al lugar, no ha de responder. ¿Me puedo acercar al testigo, señoría? Sí.
I'm going to be showing you some photographs.
Le voy a mostrar unas fotos
24.
de la prueba de carga 24.
I'm going to be showing you the photograph
Le voy a
that are
mostrar la foto que se ha marcado
labeled as
749-6843.
Can you look at that photograph?
¿Puedo ver esa foto, por favor?
Sí,
Yes.
Do you recognize what that is?
¿Reconoce lo que es eso? Yeah.
Sí.
Yes.
What is it?
¿Qué es?
es la temp de Kim.
It's Kim's tent.
And is where you were
¿Y
staying
dónde usted
near
se estaba
Kim's tent?
quedando? ¿Era cerca de la carpa de Kim?
Esto es como un cuadro así y yo me quedaba en la calle que da vueltas así.
This is like a square like this, and I would stay in the street that bends like this.
All right. Is this a fair and accurate depiction
Esto es
of that area where
una
Kimberlee was
foto
staying by the
justa y
PG&E?
exacta donde Kim se quedaba al lado de PG&E.
Sí.
Yes.
Can I publish that?
Puedo publicar, permiso para publicar.
Can you see the photograph on
¿Puede
the
ver
screen,
la
sir?
foto que está en la pantalla? Mhm.
Is that
¿Es un
yes?
sí?
Sí.
Yes.
So on the desk in front of you is
En
a
el-
laser pointer.
Aquí hay un señalador de láser.
There's a button that kind of looks like a sun.
Hay
Press
un
down, the
botón,
laser turns
un
on.
botón que parece un sol.
Could you show us on the photograph where Kimberlee was
¿Nos
staying?
puede mostrar en la foto dónde se estaba quedando Kimberlee con el sol? Ahí.
Right there.
All right, and you're
Right
indicating-
there.
And are you indicating the tent in the center of the
¿Está
photograph?
indicando la carpa que está en el centro de la foto?
Sí.
Yes.
All right, and where were you staying? It cannot be seen on this photo.
¿Y donde usted se quedaba se puede ver en esta foto?
Donde se acaba esa calle, luego da la calle así para el lado y es donde están los vías del tren.
Where that street ends and the street bends like this, it's where the railways are.
Algunos 30 yardas.
Some 30 yards.
¿Puedo decir algo?
May I say something else?
Just a moment, sir.
Un momento.
I'm showing you a photograph
Vamos a una
that's marked
foto que está marcada
749-6624.
6624.
Are you able to see that
¿Usted
photograph,
puede ver
sir?
la foto, señor?
Sí.
Yes.
Does that show the area where you were
¿Muestra el
staying?
área donde usted se estaba quedando?
Sí, el comienzo de...
Yes, the beginning.
Donde está la camioneta es el comienzo de la calle de Grava.
Where the pickup truck is, the beginning of the gravel road.
Okay, and this is fairly accurate to
Y
depict that
esto
area there
es
on L Street.
un área justa y exacta de esa área en la calle L.
Esa calle no se llama L, se llama Second Street. Or...
That street's not called L, it's called Second Street.
Okay, and so
Okay.
this is depicting where
Esto
Second Street
muestra
becomes L Street.
donde la 2 se convierte en la L. Mhm. Yes.
May I publish?
Yep.
¿Puedo publicar? Sí.
This is rules 24. And so on this photograph,
En
using
esta
the laser pointer,
foto,
you can show us
Con el
whereabouts you were
señalador,
staying
¿nos
at.
puede mostrar dónde más o menos se estaba quedando usted?
Al final de donde está esa calle de Grava.
At the end where that gravel road is.
And so you were then,
Entonces usted estaba,
so you're pointing
usted está
on the
señalando
photograph to the
en la
right-hand
foto
side,
a mano derecha,
kind of plant-covered wall
donde
against
hay
the
una
ground.
pared cubierta por plantas, ahí es donde está la grava.
Sí.
Yes.
And what was your
¿Y
situation
cuál
like?
era
Were
su
you sleeping
situación?
in a tent?
Estaba viviendo en
Did
una
you
carpa,
have,
estaba durmiendo en una carpa, tenía,
bedding of some
tenía
kind?
algún
What
tipo
kind of
de
setup did you
cama,
have there?
¿qué tipo de arreglos tenía usted ahí?
Teníamos una casita en la rama.
We had like a little house in the branches.
And what's a little house?
¿Qué es una casita?
Pues tenemos una casita de campaña chiquita.
Well, we have a little tent house.
I showed you an overhead
Yo le
map
muestro
of that
un
area.
mapa
Would you be able to show me
de arriba del área.
where
Me puede
your
mostrar exactamente
setup was?
dónde tenía usted esas acomodaciones.
Sí.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for
Le voy a
identification.
mostrar
This
lo que
is
se ha
people's
marcado con la prueba de
25.
carga 25F. Sí.
So showing you people's 25E, could you take a look at that for me, please, sir?
No, estoy mostrando la 25F. ¿Podría ver eso para mí, por favor?
Sí.
Yes.
And is that a Google Map image of
Es,
the area?
es una mapa
second and L
del
in
área
City
en la
Davis?
segunda y la L en la ciudad de Davis.
Sí.
Yes.
And on that, can you see
Y
where you're
ahí
staying?
puede ver usted dónde se estaba quedando usted.
Sí.
Yes.
Does it fairly accurately depict that area?
Y eso muestra de verdad cómo se ve el área.
Sí.
Yes.
May I publish?
¿Puedo publicar? Él pues dice que sí.
Let me just get that back.
Sí, puedo conseguir eso otra vez.
Sir, I'm going to project this up on the screen
Voy a
here.
proyectar esto ahí en la pantalla.
And
Y
using the laser pointer,
usando
can you
el
show us
señalador,
where
nos
your
puede mostrar
setup was?
dónde tenía usted la casita o el arreglo que tiene donde dormía.
Por donde dice Second Street.
I'm sorry, did you say Second Street?
On this image, do you see where
En esta imagen,
your setup was?
¿usted ve dónde se está
En la
quedando?
esquina donde dice segunda.
On the corner where it
Second
says 2nd Street.
Can you use,
¿Puede usar
the
el
laser
señalador
pointer
para
on the
mostrarnos?
Ahí.
Right there.
All right, so looking at this image at the bottom
Mirando
right
esta
corner,
imagen en la esquina de abajo derecha, la calle segunda aparece 3 veces. Esto
just
indica
above
que estaba
the center
encima
of,
del
Second Street
el
tax
centro de donde dice la segunda vez 2nd Street ahí.
Sí.
Yes.
And how long had that been your setup there?
¿Hace cuánto que estaba usted viviendo ahí?
Como algunos 6 meses.
Like 6 months.
And zooming in
Y si nos enfocamos,
on the image,
acercamos en la imagen,
are you able to see
usted puede
this
ver
kind of dirt or gravel pile
esta
here that's
pila de
next to the
grava
rightmost Second Street?
que está ahí al lado de donde dice 2nd Street.
Sí.
Yes.
Where was your setup in relation
¿Dónde
to
estaba
kind
usted?
of that? Sorry,
En,
strike that. Was that dirt or
Bien.
gravel pile there while
¿Esa
you
era la
were staying
pila de
there?
grava donde se estaba quedando?
Sí.
Yes.
And where was your setup in
¿Y dónde
relation to
estaba
the
su
dirt or
casita
gravel pile?
en relación a esa pila de mugre o de...
Ahí donde están
Grava.
esas ramas ahí.
Right there where those branches are.
Understood. So you're
Entiendo.
indicating on this
Está
image just
indicando
to
esta
the left
imagen a la
of the dirt or
izquierda
gravel pile.
de la pila de grava. Ujú.
Is that yes?
¿Eso es un sí?
Sí.
Yes.
Now for your setup, how
O
many
sea,
people were
para su
staying?
arreglo ahí, ¿cuánta gente estaba quedándose ahí?
Solo yo y mi novia.
Just me and my girlfriend.
And who was your girlfriend?
¿Y quién es su novia?
Cristina Pierce.
Christina Pierce.
And
Wait, hold on, can you put that back up?
Un momento, por favor.
Can you give me
¿puedes?
the highlighter?
It's on your, yeah.
There, okay. This is where you say
Ahí
your
es
tent
donde
was, is
dice que
that
estaba
correct?
su casita, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Yes.
So L Street's over here,
La
that
L está
pickup
aquí.
truck was
La
depicted right here,
camioneta estaba aquí.
and I'm at the corner of L and
Y
Second,
esto en
is
la
that right?
esquina de la L y la 2, ¿verdad?
Y es una curva.
Yes, it's a curve.
Okay, and Kimberlee's
Y
tent,
la
is that
carpa
right
de
up here?
Kimberlee es ahí.
Del otro lado.
On the other side.
Here?
Ahí.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Gracias. You're welcome.
Go ahead, counsel.
Oh, wow.
And sir, were you staying in a
Señor,
tent or
¿usted estaba en una
what was
carpita
the actual cover situation?
o cómo era la cubierta?
Solo teníamos como unas cobijas atrás de las ramas ahí.
We just had some blankets behind the branches.
And at some point,
En
were
algún
you
punto,
alerted that
usted le alertaron o le dijeron
there was something going on with Kimberlee?
que había algo que había estado pasando con que le había pasado a Kimberlee.
Me recuerdo que yo iba al shelter
I recall that I was going to the shelter
cuando miré que estaba todo con las esas amarillas de caution.
when I saw that it was everything was there with the caution tapes, the yellow caution tapes.
Y yo traté de preguntar
And I
si
tried
pasado,
to ask what had happened,
pero me dijeron que me fuera.
but they told me to leave.
Had you been there before the
¿Había
caution tape was
usted
up?
estado ahí antes de que pusieran la cinta de precaución?
No, la verdad yo estaba dormido esa noche.
No, honestly, I was asleep that night.
And where were you sleeping?
¿Y dónde estaba durmiendo usted?
Ahí donde están las ramas.
Right there where the branches are.
And did you hear a commotion or
¿Usted
anything from
huyó,
Kimberlee's area?
oyó ruidos o conmoción en el área?
La verdad no escuché nada.
Honestly, I didn't hear anything.
Did you see anyone running in the
¿Usted vio a
area?
alguien correr en el área?
Eso fue hasta la siguiente vez que estábamos en SPCA cuando vimos que alguien corrió.
That was the next time when we were at SPCA that we saw that somebody ran.
And what do you mean by the next time?
¿Qué quiere decir usted la siguiente vez?
Estábamos yo y Yo y mi novia Cristina sentados junto a la Goodwill o SPCA.
My girlfriend and I were sitting next to the SPCA, the Goodwill,
Y llegó un policía en un carro y nos preguntó qué estábamos haciendo ahí.
and a policeman arrived in a patrol and asked us what we were doing there.
Porque había alguien
Because there was.
Pause you right there.
Lo quiero pausar ahí.
We need to understand a little bit better about what time this is all happening. So
Queremos saber, entender exactamente a qué hora estaba pasando esto.
you talked about seeing police
Usted
up
habló de la cinta de policía.
near where
Esto
Kimberlee
cerca.
say,
Espere, oiga lo que está
are we talking
diciendo.
about something that happened before or
Estamos
after you
hablando
saw the police take?
algo que pasó antes o después de que usted vio la cinta de policía.
Esto fue cuando pasó el primer incidente.
That was when the first incident happened.
Okay. What is it that you're calling the first incident?
¿Qué es lo que usted está diciendo que es el primer incidente?
Cuando fueron 3 personas, ¿no?
There was 3 people, right?
So what is it that when I'm asking you
Cuando lo que
questions,
estoy haciendo una
I
pregunta,
really just want to know what you
solo
remember.
quiero saber lo que usted se recuerda.
And so, you know, if you have
Si
information
usted
from
tiene
hearing from someone
información
else, what
de
they
oír
saw,
de alguien más lo que
things
ellos
of that
vieron
nature,
o ese tipo de
that's
cosas.
not what we're looking for.
Eso no es lo que estamos
We just want to
buscando.
know what you
Solo
remember from
queremos
what
saber
happened,
lo que
okay?
usted recuerda lo que pasó, ¿ok?
Mm.
Is that yes?
¿Eso es un sí?
Sí.
Yes.
Oh, well, hold on, my impression was he was being called about
Mi
the
impresión fue
incident
que-
involving Kimberlee.
Que
Right.
usted lo había llamado por el
And that was
incidente
May
de
1st.
Kimberlee. Eso fue en mayo
So then,
primero.
let's focus on that.
Entonces enfoquémonos en eso.
So on the night that something happened with
La
Kimberlee,
noche que para algo le pasó a Kimberlee.
what do you remember from
¿Qué se
that night?
recuerda usted de esa noche?
Yo la verdad solo recuerdo en la mañana cuando iba al shelter.
Honestly, I only remember in the morning when I was going to the shelter.
Yo no escuché nada si no lo hubiera tratado de ayudar o
I didn't hear anything, otherwise I would have tried to have helped her.
me dio un poco de miedo, pero
I was a little bit scared, but
esa vez no me dejaron ni preguntarles qué había pasado.
but that time they didn't even let me ask what had happened.
When Kimberlee
Cuando Kimberlee,
had what happened with her,
lo que le
did
pasó
you
a
go
ella.
over to Kimberlee's encampment?
¿Usted fue al campamento de Kimberlee?
Pasaba por allí por la carretera, pero era todo.
I would just go by there on the road, but that was it.
Right, but at the time,
Sí, pero
the same time that
en la
the incident
misma
happened
vez
with
que
Kimberlee,
pasó el
did you
incidente
go
con
there at that
Kimberlee,
same time?
usted fue ahí a la
Moments
misma vez,
before,
momentos
during, or
antes,
after
durante
something
o
happened to
después de que algo le pasó a Kimberlee.
No, ella estaba con Jerry, con el otro muchacho.
No, she was with Jerry, with the other young man.
Yo solo pasaba por ahí porque tenía que pasar para ir a donde yo me quedaba.
I would just go by there because I needed to go by there to go where I was staying.
And that night,
Y esa
you
noche
talked to
usted
any police
habló
officers.
con policías.
No.
No.
Let's go ahead and break while you're looking for that.
Vamos a tomar una
All right,
pausa.
so
Receso.
mid-morning break, 15 minutes, don't
Tenemos
form any
15
opinions, don't
minutos,
research,
no
don't discuss the case.
investiguen,
We'll be
discutan el
back,
caso.
ready to go
Regresamos
11 o'clock. All
a
right,
las
thanks
11.
folks.
Okay.
Carrie is excused. As is the witness. Thank you.
Usted también
Off
puede
break.
pausar, tomar un receso y regresamos. Okay.
Here, I just wanted to confirm, I received received a message from you regarding your residency, and we understand that you're currently primarily staying in the Bay Area. You have been for 2 years.
Yes.
You were a resident for Yolo County for as many as 28 years.
Yeah.
A long time.
Yeah.
That's my understanding.
Almost my entire life.
Yes. You are authorized to serve on this jury, and we're going to keep you on this jury. I just wanted to let you know. I consulted with both sides, and there was a stipulation. I don't want you to worry about that at all. Is there anything else you need to disclose about that? I'm confident, and I'm ready to keep going.
No, that was it. I left Yolo County January 2022, stayed in Sacramento for about a year and a half, and then I moved to my current apartment.
It's all good. Change your address and your voter, or we're going to keep getting you in Yolo County, and then I have to get a stipulation every time. All right, enjoy your break. Thank you, counsel. Off the record. 1391. We have the witness, Jose Anaya Jr., in the witness stand, subject to direct examination. Mr. Vanderhook.
Sir, regarding the night that the incident with Kimberlee happened, do you know where you were at about 11:30?
¿Sabe usted dónde estaba? Más o menos a las 11:30. I was asleep.
And is this at your setup that you had for lodging there?
Su casita que tenía ahí donde estaba viviendo. Yes.
And do you know about when you went to sleep that night?
¿Sabe usted más o menos a qué hora se fue a dormir esa noche? Like around 9.
And do you know about what time you got up?
¿Y sabe usted más o menos a qué hora se despertó? Like around 10 in the morning.
And at any point did you talk with police officers about
Acerca
any
de
questions they may have?
cualquier pregunta que ellos hayan tenido.
Cuando miré esos de caption, yo me arrimé a preguntarles qué había pasado, pero no, me dijeron que me fuera.
When I saw those things of caution, I approached to see what had happened, but they told me to leave.
And did you talk to a police officer later?
¿Usted habló con un policía después?
No, solo supe lo que había pasado con la demás gente.
No, I had just found out about what had happened from other people.
Okay, and
Okay.
do you know where the Goodwill is in that area?
¿Dónde queda la Goodwill y la SPCA en esa área?
Sí.
Yes.
And did you ever talk to an officer while you were in the area of the Goodwill there?
Cuando se estaba en el área del Goodwill.
Sí.
Yes.
And did you talk about things that you had
Habló
seen?
de cosas que usted había visto.
Ellos nos preguntaron qué estábamos haciendo allí porque alguien estaba navajeando a la gente.
They asked us what we were doing there because there was somebody that was stabbing people.
And when was this that they were asking that?
¿Cuándo fue que le estaban haciendo esas preguntas?
Bueno, en la primera vez que pasó eso.
It was on the first time that happened.
So before Kimberlee had her incident.
Entonces, antes de que Kimberlee le sucediera el incidente de ella.
Kimberlee fue la tercera persona que navajeó y esto, cuando yo hablé con la policía, fue la primera vez.
Kimberlee was the third person that was stabbed, and when I talked to the police, it was the first time.
All right, so Kimberlee has not been stabbed yet.
Entonces, Kimberlee aún no la habían apuñaleado.
No.
No.
Thank you. I don't have any
Gracias.
additional questions.
No tengo más preguntas.
Okay. Mr. Hutchinson, any cross?
Contrainterrogatoria.
Sir, when you spoke to the officer,
Habló con el policía.
was this at the thrift
Esto
store?
fue en la tienda de segunda.
A un lado,
To the side.
And is that located
Eso está
on
ubicado en la
3rd Street?
calle 3.
es donde están las vías del tren,
It's where the train tracks are.
por atrás donde dejan las donaciones.
On the back side where they leave the donations.
When you spoke to this officer, was it daytime or nighttime?
¿Era durante el día o durante la noche?
Eran como las 11 de la noche.
It was around 11 at night.
And you believe it was after the first stabbing?
Después del primer apuñalamiento.
Sé que fue la primera porque antes no había habido nada de eso.
I know it was after the first knifing because before that I hadn't heard about this.
Let me go to the night that Kimberlee was
A la noche que Kimberlee
injured.
fue lesionada.
You were asleep
¿Usted estaba dormido?
Sí,
Yes.
in your encampment,
¿En su campamento?
sí,
Yes.
and that's in the back of the bushes,
Y eso es en la parte de atrás de los arbustos.
sí.
Yes.
where you hang up blankets,
Donde usted colgaba sus cobijas.
Sí,
Yes.
And then the next morning you woke up.
Y la siguiente mañana usted se despertó.
Y iba para el shelter cuando miré eso.
And I was going towards the shelter when I saw that.
Pero ese mismo día me moví de ahí.
But that same day, I moved from there.
So, after you got up,
Después de que usted se
you walked
despertó,
over and you saw the yellow tape
caminó y se
where
acercó y vio la cinta amarilla
Kimberlee's camp was.
donde estaba el campamento de Kimberlee.
Ujú.
Yes.
And that's the first time you
Y
became
esa fue
aware
la
of what
primera
happened to
vez que
Kimberlee.
usted se alertó de lo que le había pasado a Kimberlee.
No, es la tercera vez.
No, that was the third time.
Now, when you saw the
Cuando
yellow
usted
tape,
vio la cinta amarilla,
at that point,
en ese momento,
did you know anything that happened to
sabía
Kimberlee at that
que
point?
en ese
Before
momento,
you saw the yellow tape?
antes de ver la cinta amarilla, ¿usted sabía que algo le había pasado a Kimberlee?
Tenía un presentimiento o me sospechaba que algo le había pasado.
I had a hunch, or I suspected that something had happened,
Porque solo vivía ella y esos dos muchachos.
because it was only her and those two young men.
Sir, let me just really focus you on my question.
Okay. Quiero que se enfoque en mi pregunta.
O sea,
Fine.
The first time
La primera vez,
when you saw, you remember waking up
usted se
and
puede
going
haber despertado.
to the area where Kimberlee's camp usually is,
Estaba en el
correct?
campamento, normalmente estaba de Kimberlee, ¿correcto?
sí,
Yes.
And you saw yellow
Y
tape.
usted vio la cinta amarilla.
sí.
Yes.
At that moment,
En ese momento,
when you saw the yellow
cuando usted
tape,
vio la cinta amarilla,
was that the first time
esa
you
fue
became
la
aware that
primera vez que
anything
usted
unusual
se
happened
enteró
at Kimberlee's
que
camp?
algo inusual había pasado en el campamento de Kimberlee.
Tenía la sospecha porque
I had the suspicion because
solo ellos vivían ahí.
only they lived there.
Did you know there was a crime scene there until you walked over
Una
and saw the yellow
escena de
tape?
crimen antes de acercarse a la cinta amarilla.
Tuve que rodear y irme por la otra calle, por la segunda.
Tuve que arrodillarse.
Sí, no
I
me
had
dejaron pasar.
I had to kneel and I had to go through the other street because they didn't let me through.
Let me just back up a little bit, sir. When you woke up that morning,
Usted se despertó esa mañana.
when you woke up, did you
Cuando
know
usted se despertó,
did you think anything had happened over at Kimberlee's
que
camp the
algo
moment
había
you
pasado
woke up that morning?
en el campamento antes de que fuera a caminar hasta allá.
Yo no sabía, por eso les traté de preguntar qué había pasado.
I didn't know because that's why I tried to ask him what had happened.
And they,
We've got that, I think, 4 times now.
Creo que ya eso lo
So,
tuvimos 4
they
veces.
told you to leave,
Ellos le dijeron que se fuera.
Sí,
Yes.
and it was later on that day that
Fue
somebody
después
told you
ese
about what
día
happened to
que
Kimberlee.
alguien le dijo a usted lo que le había pasado a Kimberlee.
sí.
Yes.
Los muchachos que le ayudaron a Kimberlee me dijeron.
The young man that helped Kimberlee told me.
Was that Isaac Cheeseman?
¿Ese es
Sí.
Isaac Cheeseman?
Sí,
Yes.
Anyone else or just Isaac Cheeseman?
¿Alguien más
Jerry.
o solo
Jerry.
Isaac Cheeseman?
Jerry.
And Jerry.
Espera que termine la pregunta, por favor. Sir, does, during that time period,
Durante ese periodo de tiempo,
was Isaac using a lot of
Isaac
methamphetamine?
está
If you
usando
know.
mucha metanfetamina, si sabe usted.
La verdad yo no tengo conocimiento de si usaba o no,
Honestly, I don't know. I have no knowledge if he used or not, but
pero lo miraba todos los días en el shelter.
I saw him every day at the shelter.
Nothing further, thank you.
No tengo nada más, señor. Gracias.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson, Mr. Van Der Hoek, we're done.
Señor Van Der Hoek, ya terminamos.
Redirect, okay, go ahead.
Tengo unas preguntas de redirect.
Sir, I hear what's been marked as people 61.
No objection?
Well, I'm not sure what he's asking, but I would check out the scope.
I'll allow him, and you can revisit it. Can we just stipulate though, so he doesn't have to go through this with the witness?
I don't know what he wants to stipulate to.
The foundation for the picture, so he can publish directly.
Well, one of them's a.
Okay, never mind. Go through it. That's all right. Yes.
Sir, I have here people 61. I'm opening up a photo marked photo 1. Are you able to see that, sir?
Yes.
And do you know where that area is?
Ahí es donde vivía yo.
That's where I lived.
And then I'm advancing it one forward to photo 2. Do you see that area?
¿Ves área?
Sí.
Yes.
And is that also the area that you
Ahí
live?
es el área también donde usted vivía.
Yo vivía donde se acaba esa,
I lived
esa calle.
where that street ends.
All right. And is this a fair and accurate
Y esto
depiction
es una
of that area
foto
as it was when you were
verdadera de
living
esa
there?
área como era cuando usted estaba
Which
viviendo.
photos is he
Sí.
showing?
Yes. ¿Cuál foto nos estamos?
May I publish, Your Honor?
Okay. We've got a witness that said he doesn't know anything about this,
Un testigo que no
and
tiene ni
so
idea de
let's move
esto.
through this quickly.
Entonces sigamos rápidamente a través de esto.
Sir, are you able to see this photo on
¿Usted
the
puede ver esa
screen?
foto en la pantalla?
Sí.
Yes.
Can you use the laser
Puedo
pointer
usar
pointer
el
and show
señalador
us
para
where it is
mostrarles
that you were
dónde era
living
que usted estaba
during this
viviendo
time?
durante ese tiempo.
Sí.
Yes.
Allí.
Right there.
So you're pointing kind of at the area where that
Está
wooden log
apuntando
is between
donde
the
está
couch
el
and the
tronco
gravel?
entre el sofá y la grava.
Sí.
Yes.
And what was your encampment like?
¿Y cómo era su
Is that where
campamento?
you had the blankets
Ahí
and
es donde
stuff set
tenía
up?
las cobijas y todo.
Sí.
Yes.
En realidad no se pueden ver porque están atrás de un árbol.
But honestly, you can't see it because it's behind a tree.
Ese lugar todavía está allí.
That place is still there.
Okay. What is it that I can't see that's behind the tree?
¿Qué es lo que no puedo ver que está detrás del árbol?
Tendría que irse por el otro lado, como
You
por
would-
la esquina y mirar detrás del árbol.
You would have to go to the other side, like around the corner, and look at it behind the tree.
Okay, so I'm going to put a cursor up on
Voy a
there.
poner
Is your
aquí
encampment
esta
actually
flecha.
between this
Su
couch and
campamento
this
está
gravel
entre la
area,
sofa
or
y
is it
la
around
grava,
the corner
o más en la
past the
esquina,
couch?
pasada
Por
el
donde,
sofá,
por donde está la flecha.
where the arrow is.
Okay, and so is it on the gravel area or
Entonces,
is
en
it
el área
around the corner?
de grava o a la vuelta de la esquina.
Es en donde comienza.
It's where it starts.
Okay,
Ahí donde está la flecha.
Right where the arrow is.
okay, do you see this no parking sign?
¿Usted ve ese aviso de no parking?
Sí.
Yes.
Where is your encampment in relation
Su
to that?
campamento en relación a eso,
Or in front?
detrás o enfrente.
Está un poquito más para acá de donde está el primer poste.
It's a little bit closer to where the first post is.
Okay, so if you're in your encampment and you're
Si
looking at
usted
this no
está
parking
en
sign,
su campamento y está
are you
buscando,
able to see
está
the words
mirando
no parking
la señal,
anytime, or are you
usted
looking at
puede
the back
ver,
of the sign?
usted puede ver las palabras o está mirando a la parte de atrás de esa señal o ese aviso.
Ahorita no se puede ver porque estaban grandes las ramas, pero ya
Right now,
ya las cortaron.
You
y
can't see it because the branches were large, but they already cut them.
Y ahora sí se puede ver.
And now you can't see it.
So I'm just, so for this question, I want you to imagine
Para
that
esta
you're in
foto,
your encampment.
imagínese que usted está en su casita.
When you're in,
Cuando usted
if
está
you
en
were
su
in your
casita, si
encampment,
usted está en
would
su
you
casita,
be able to see the
usted
words on the
podría ver
sign,
las
or
palabras
would you see
del
the back of
aviso
the sign?
o la parte de atrás del aviso.
No tiene frente.
The front part.
Okay, thank you, I don't have any
Gracias, no tengo más preguntas.
Okay, Mr. Hutchinson?
Señor Hutchinson.
Sir,
Señor,
before today,
antes de hoy,
did you tell anyone
¿usted
about
le
this
dijo a
encampment
alguien acerca
to
de
any
este
law enforcement officer?
campamento a algún policía?
Que si le habían dicho a algún policía de que
That if I had told a police officer what?
about where your encampment
de
was?
dónde quedaba su casita, su campamento.
Sí, llegó al punto que me corrieron de ahí.
Yes, it came to a point where I was thrown out of there.
Okay.
Pero
When were you thrown out of there?
Cuando lo tiraron, lo botaron de ahí.
yo cuando pasó lo de Kim me moví ese mismo día.
When the Kim thing happened, I moved that same day.
So you weren't thrown out of there. You
Entonces
moved.
no lo botaron de ahí.
Sí, pero fue después.
Yes, but that was after.
Hay reportes
There,
fueron los de las vías.
there are reports. It was the people in charge of the roads.
So is your testimony today
Su
that you were
testimonio
living
es
in
que usted estaba
encampment
viviendo en un campamento
on the night that
la
Kim was
noche
injured?
que Kim se lesionó.
¿Cómo dijo?
Coming again?
You were living at the encampment
Usted estaba
behind the
viviendo
trees
en
here
el
on
campamento
the night
detrás
that
de los
Kim was
árboles la
injured.
noche que Kim se lesionó.
Sí.
Yes.
And then the next morning you
La
moved out.
siguiente mañana usted se salió de ahí.
Cuando me di cuenta de lo que le había pasado, sí, me dio miedo y me moví.
When I noticed what had happened to her, yes, I got scared and I moved.
Pero la pregunta es de cuándo es esta foto también.
But the question is, when is this picture was taken when also?
Do you know when this picture
¿Sabe
was
usted
taken?
cuándo tomaron esta foto?
No.
No.
Does this look like
Esto parece. se
your
mira como
encampment at the
su
time
campamento
Kim was
en el
injured, or does it
entonces
look
cuando Kim se
different?
lesionó, o se ve diferente?
Pues de aquí no se puede ver.
Well, you can't see it from here.
So in this photo you
En
can't see
esta
your
foto
encampment
no
at
puede
all.
ver su campamento para nada. No.
You said you moved
Usted
out
dijo que se
the morning
salió,
after
se
Kim
mudó
was injured.
la
So
mañana
when were
después
you
de que se
kicked out? You
lesionó.
also mentioned getting kicked out.
Kimberlee, ¿cuándo fue que lo botaron?
Eso ya había pasado lo de Kim. Cuando me botaron fue tiempo después.
When I was thrown out of there, the Kim thing had already happened. It happened a while after.
This is what I'm having a hard time understanding.
Lo que no estoy entendiendo bien.
You said you
Usted
moved
dijo
out
que se movió de ahí
Ujú,
the
me moví
morning
cuando pasó.
after
la
what happened to
mañana
Kim.
después de que le pasó algo de eso a Kim.
Sí.
Yes.
Did you then come back
Usted luego regresó a
and
otra
then get
vez
kicked out
y
at a later
luego lo
time?
botaron más adelante.
Como a los 6 meses regresé.
Like around 6 months later, I came back.
Before today,
Antes de hoy.
did you ever talk to a
¿Alguna
law
vez
enforcement
habló
officer
con un policía
about your encampment?
acerca de su campamento?
Y muchas veces llegaban ahí, pero nunca nos corrían hasta que llegaron los de las vías.
Many times they would come there and talk to us, but we weren't thrown out of there until the people in charge of the roads came.
When was that?
¿Cuándo fue eso?
Como a los 6 meses de llegar a pasar eso de Kim.
Like 6 months after what had happened to Kim.
So, sir, you say
Señor,
your
usted dice
camp was
que su
behind the
campamento
tree,
estaba detrás del árbol
and it's not visible in this
y
photo,
no se
correct?
puede ver en esta foto, ¿correcto?
Ahí sí.
Yes.
Okay. Which tree? Can you see
¿Cuál
the tree?
árbol? ¿Puede ver el árbol?
Es por donde está el sign, el primer poste.
It's around where the sign is on the first pole.
My question
Mi
is the
pregunta,
tree visible in this photo?
¿El
you're
árbol se
referring to?
puede ver en
No.
esta foto?
No.
No.
So, if I was standing
Si yo
right here by
estuviera
the
de
gravel
pie
pile,
al lado de la pila de grava,
where would I have to
¿a
walk
dónde tendría que caminar
to get to the
para
tree
llegar al árbol?
where your encampment?
¿Dónde está su campamento?
¿Dónde está el primer poste?
Where the first pole is.
Which pole?
¿Cuál poste?
El poste de madera.
The wooden pole.
Standing up, there's
El que está-
two of them standing
Hay
up.
dos, los dos que están ahí.
On the right or left?
I can show you,
Yes.
Okay, please point.
por favor.
That one.
So
That one.
you just, sir, can you point again?
¿Puede apuntar otra vez?
Try to keep it a little. All right. Is that the pole?
¿Ese es el
you're referring
poste? Yes.
to? So in order to get to
Para
your
poder llegar
encampment,
a su campamento.
someone would have to
Alguien
walk
tendría que caminar
to what is K Street,
a donde la que es la calle
take a
K,
right,
voltear a la derecha
and then walk to that
y
pole.
luego caminar a ese poste.
No,
No.
el poste está primero.
The pole is first.
Once I get to that
Cuando llegue
pole,
al
where do
poste,
I go
a
now to
donde
get to
voy
your
para
encampment?
llegar a su campamento.
Es que allí están las ramas grandes, pero
The thing
si,
is that there's some large branches
si
there.
ustedes van allí o lo hacen Google Lens o Google Maps, como sea, ahora sí se puede ver
But
el
if,
campamento.
but if you go there right now, or if you go on Google Maps, you can now see the encampment
Porque cortaron las ramas.
because they cut the branches.
Are the branches cut in this photo?
¿En esta foto están cortadas las ramas?
No.
No. Espere que
So,
termine la pregunta, por favor.
the tree
Entonces el árbol
that your encampment is behind, is that visible in this photo?
se puede, donde está su
Specific
campamento, ese árbol que usted está hablando, ¿se puede ver en esta foto?
El árbol sí, pero
The tree, yes.
Which tree is it?
¿Cuál árbol es?
es donde está el primer poste.
It's
ese.
where the first pole is.
Can you, s-
Podemos.
can you see the
¿Puede
tree
ver el
in
árbol
this photo?
en la foto? ¿En esta foto?
Se puede mirar las ramas.
You can see the branches.
Okay, point to the
Que
branches.
señalen las ramas.
Right there,
So
Right
this,
there.
that shrub,
Ese arbusto,
detrás del arbusto.
behind the shrub.
by behind, you
Cuando
mean,
dice detrás,
so this is the shrub.
este es el arbusto.
Somewhere behind
Alguna
that
parte detrás
is
de
your
eso
encampment.
está su
Es que
campamento.
es un árbol así y, está,
It-
y hay lugar así de este lado.
The thing is that it's a tree like this and there's space on this side.
There is space on the
Hay
other
espacio
side
al otro
of the
lado
tree
del
that's not
árbol
visible
que
in
no
this
se puede
photo.
ver en la foto.
Sí.
Yes.
And then that space on
Y
the
ese
other side
espacio al otro lado
is where your
es
encampment
donde
was.
estaba su campamento.
No es allí.
No, it's there.
Was your encampment in
El
the space
campamento
on the
estaba en
other
el
side of
espacio
the
al
tree?
otro lado del árbol.
¿Cómo?
What was that? Concéntrese en lo que está
You
diciendo.
said there's space on the
Usted
other
dijo
side
que
of
hay
the tree.
espacio al otro lado del árbol.
Sí,
Yes.
And that is where your
Y ahí es
encampment
donde
was.
está su campamento.
sí,
Yes.
And then you would
Y
hang up
luego
blankets
usted colgaba cobijas.
sí,
Yes.
on the branches.
En las ramas.
sí.
Yes.
And you could remove those
Y usted
blankets
podía
as
quitar
well.
las cobijas también.
Sí,
Yes.
And so when you would hang up the
Entonces, cuando
blankets,
usted
that's
colgaba
where
las
you would
cobijas,
sleep.
ahí es donde usted dormía.
sí.
Yes.
And it's your memory
Y su
that the
memoria
night
es que la noche
that Kimberlee was
que
injured,
Kimberlee fue lesionada,
you were asleep
usted
at
estaba
approximately
dormido
9 o'clock
aproximadamente a las 9
in your encampment.
en su campamento.
Sí,
Yes.
And it was not until the next morning
Y no fue sino hasta la siguiente mañana
that you found
que usted
out
se enteró
that Kimberlee had been
que
injured.
Kimberlee había sido lesionada.
sí.
Yes.
And you don't recall
Y usted no se
speaking to an
recuerda haber
officer
hablado con el policía
the night
la
Kimberlee
noche
was
que
injured.
Kimberlee fue lesionada.
No,
No.
You don't recall speaking to
No
an
se recuerda haber
officer
hablado con un policía
the morning
en la
after
mañana
Kimberlee was injured.
después de que Kimberlee se lesionó.
solo para preguntarles qué había pasado.
Just to ask them what had happened.
Other than the
Fuera
officer
del policía
by the yellow tape
que estaba al lado de la cinta
who
amarilla
told you to go
que le
away,
dijo que se fuera.
did you recall speaking
¿Se
to any other
recuerda haber
officer?
hablado con cualquier otro
that
policía esa mañana?
No,
No.
I have nothing further.
No tengo nada más.
Thank you. Okay.
Like one question.
Una
One
pregunta.
question sounds good.
Una pregunta suena bien.
Sir, I'm handing you
Señor, le voy a mostrar
25
lo
feet
que
at
se
Google
llama
Maps.
la
Can
prueba
you
25
pen, can you just,
Tengo
with the
aquí
pen,
este mapa
put
con
an X
este lapicero,
where your
con
encampment
una
was,
X donde estaba su
with the
campamento,
cross of the X
con una
directly on
cruz
where it was?
exactamente donde estaba.
ahí.
Right there.
Okay. And so, sir, you've marked it with a
Se lo marcó con
X And the kind of blue blackish ink here?
Ahí donde está en esa sin tinta azul.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, great. Show it to me, I'll just make sure. Alrighty.
¿Dónde lo marco? May I say something else?
Hold on, confer with counsel.
I put a cross there.
He says he put a cross. We're done.
Terminamos.
Agreed, everyone?
Todos estamos todos?
All right,
Sí.
Mr. Anaya, thank
Señor
you for
Anaya,
your
muchas
testimony.
gracias por su
You're
testimonio.
excused, have a great
Se
day.
puede retirar, que tenga un buen día.
Gracias.
That, I'll make that order subject to recall. Ms. Warren is
Su
present,
caso, que
thank
lo
you.
vuelvan a llamar. ¿Ok?
Okay, we're moving through witnesses. Mr. Demora.
People call Patricia Mendes.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Mendes, come on in, and if you could stand at the podium right here, that'd be great. I'm gonna have the clerk swear you in as a witness, and then I'm gonna ask you to take the witness stand, and then we have two lawyers to ask questions. And before we do that, Deputy, could you help me? I have some exhibits that are on the witness stand. I'd like those returned to Mr. Clerk. All right, thank you.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear to swear to give the cause now please of the court, the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Thank you. You can see it. Take your first and last name for the record.
Patricia Mendes,
Go ahead and spell it then.
M-E-N-D-E-S,
First name too.
P-A-T-R-I-C-I-A.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Appreciate that. And then, Mr. Demora, to speak direct, if you could bring the mic close to you, that'd be great. Thank you.
Your Honor. My name is Mendes.
Morning.
Ms. Mendes, where do you work?
I work for AMR.
And what is AMR?
American Medical Response is the local contracted 911 service ambulances.
I'm sorry, service and what?
911 service
Ambulance.
ambulances.
Thank you.
What do you do there?
I'm a paramedic.
How long have you been a paramedic?
Do I have to say? This is my 41st year as a paramedic.
And what training have you received to actually become a paramedic?
I have been through a paramedic training program according to Title 22 statutes, and I was an EMT2 before I was a paramedic. And that is also through Title 22 statutes of training.
What's an EMT2?
EMT2 is what we don't use out here anymore. They used to be what we would have instead of paramedics, but with growing a population, etc., they upgraded everybody in the state that's not in a rural area to paramedics versus EMT2s.
Understood. And being a paramedic, obviously you respond to calls for service of people being injured or people that need some form of medical attention, correct?
Yes,
As part of your training, do you check individuals, or have you found yourself in a position where you have to check to see if someone is alive or deceased?
yes, I have.
As part of that, are you trained and qualified to pronounce when someone is deceased?
Yes, sir.
On April 27th, 2023, did you respond to Central Park in the city of Davis County, Guillory?
I did.
And was that just after 11 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
Why did you respond there?
We were called for a unconscious person.
When you arrived on scene, did you find an individual who was seated on a park bench?
Yes, sir.
Did you go and inspect him and to see
Yes,
if he
sir.
was conscious or alive?
I did.
What did you observe?
I observed from a distance that he did definitely appear to be deceased. I couldn't detect any movement on him at all. As we approached closer, I could see that under the bench there was a very large puddle of blood. And then he was wearing dark clothes, so it was hard to tell until you got up close that he had a lot of cuts through his fabric of his shirt and sweatshirt he was wearing. And then we checked for pulse. There was no pulse. His neck was stiff, so rigor had already started to set in. His arms were stiff. There was no respirations. There was no pulse.
I'm going to ask you a few follow-up questions to those things. When you say his neck was stiff and rigor had set in, what's rigor?
Rigor mortis is the starting of the breakdown of the body when the biological functions cease to function.
After someone passes, how long does it take for rigor to set in?
It depends on the weather and the temperature that they're in. In the summertime, it's faster and goes faster, but in the wintertime, it can be delayed because of low temperatures. But it's usually starts within 4 to 12 hours.
And to check whether someone's breathing or has a pulse, how long do you usually, or what's the process to determine whether or not they're breathing?
Well, we look, listen, and feel. So we look, we listen, and we feel. He's not moving any air. You won't hear anything through your stethoscope while you're checking his chest. You won't see any chest rise. You won't feel any breath coming out of his mouth or nose.
And based on all of those things that you just described, based on all the things you described, were you able to determine whether this individual on the bench had passed or was still alive?
He was definitely passed.
And what time did you declare death if you did?
I don't remember the exact time. It was probably 10 minutes into the call, maybe 10, 12 minutes in.
You have 1 moment.
I don't have a copy of the PCR with me, so I can't tell you the exact time.
And would refresh your recollection to look at a copy of the police report?
Yeah, I think.
May I first run?
Okay.
The pre-hospital one would do better, but I left it in the car.
Just directing you to the little area that's highlighted right there. Go ahead. And just let me know if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, it's 11:25, so I'm not sure exactly what our time on scene was, because we were there before police.
That was actually going to be my next question was, you arrived before the police?
Before.
Now, on the pronouncement 11:25, so the question was that AM?
Yes.
When you pronounce someone deceased, that is not necessarily the actual time that that person passed.
Correct. The actual time is determined by the coroner's office.
When you were inspecting this individual and determining whether or not he had passed at this point, did you see any, you talked about the blood that you saw, lack of movement, did you see anything on the ground surrounding this?
I did.
What did you see?
I saw an empty knife sheath that appeared to be made of leather and looked basically brand new.
Did you move that or disturb it?
No, I did not.
There were other people with you. You said we earlier. Were the other people, firefighters and employees of AMR with you?
Yes.
From what you could tell, did anyone pick that item up, move it?
As far as I know, no one did it. We once we saw the stab wounds and we established that he wasn't breathing or had a pulse, we looked around and you could see the knife sheath on the ground. I said, "This is a homicide scene. We need to back off."
that point, did you wait for Davis police?
We kind of backed up and the captain called for PD.
And were you on scene when Sergeant Antonio Diaz arrived?
I'm not sure. I remember Kara being there, but I don't. She's the one that's most familiar to me.
Oh, Officer Bryson? You just nodded your head in the affirmative, is that a yes?
Yes, yes.
Great, thank you, no further questions.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Any cross? No cross. All right, Ms. Mendes, thank you for your testimony. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Mr. Moore, do you have a witness?
Yes, people call Sergeant John Ringer.
Okay. Okay, Sergeant Ringer, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Come on into the podium, take the oath, and then the witness stand.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear to tell the truth and cause nothing for the court to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. State your first and last name for the record. Follow the oath.
John Renger, JOHNRENGER.
Thank you. Direct exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Sergeant Ringer.
Good morning.
Where are you employed?
City of Davis Police Department.
What do you do there?
I'm a sergeant with the police department as a sworn officer.
How long have you been a sworn officer?
Almost 12 years.
Were you involved in the investigation of the death of David Breaux from April 27, 2023?
Yes, sir.
On April 29th, 2023, around 7 a.m., did you attend the autopsy of Guillory County Sheriff's and Coroner's Office for Mr. Breaux?
Yes, I did.
What was your role there?
I was there to assist Detective Michael Yu in recording the proceedings and taking photographs for the detectives.
And so when you say take photographs, or excuse me, when you say record this, is that through taking photographs?
Yes.
All right, how many photographs did you take?
Approximately 130 total.
And, okay. Thank you. Now, did you have the opportunity before court today to look at People's Exhibit 10?
I did.
And on People's Exhibit 10 were 5 photographs, do you recall that?
Yes.
In inspecting those photographs, were those photographs that you took on April 29, 2023?
Yes, sir.
And were those photographs fair and accurate depictions of the autopsy of Mr. Breaux?
Yes, it is.
And you were familiar with each and every one of those photographs?
Yes.
Now, did you take, or excuse me, should I say take, did you collect evidence from the autopsy that was given to you by the pathologist?
Yes, at the conclusion of the autopsy, one of the deputy coroners provided me with evidence they had collected during the course of the autopsy.
And was the deputy coroner that gave you that evidence Gemma Pregent?
Yes.
P-R-E-G-E-N-T?
Yes.
And you recall in those items, was one of them a DNA blood stain card?
Yes, it was.
And was one of those, what's commonly known as the sexual assault homicide kit?
Yes.
so in the evidence you get, your understanding, you get a DNA reference sample from the person who has the autopsy done to them, in this case, Mr. Breaux.
Yes, I believe that's the DNA blood stain.
Is that something you booked into evidence at the Davis Police Department?
It is.
Do you know, Sergeant Ranger, what a bloodstain card is?
I'm not familiar with how they prepare it, but that it's done in the autopsies as a means of preserving the DNA sample.
I guess I should ask, do you know if there's actual blood on the card?
Yes, there appeared to be.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you. Any cross?
No.
Okay, all right, Sergeant Ringer, thanks for making time for us. Have a great day, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Moore, witness?
Your Honor, this, for scheduling purposes, I have Schwin, who's available to testify about some authenticity of photos, and it would be a short witness. We could either, for the court's permission, break and then have a long witness after court, or I could have someone start and we break.
I want witnesses.
Sounds
Yeah,
good.
you get to pick.
Perfect. We'll call Linda Schwin.
Okay, great. Okay, Ms. Schwin, come on in. Thank you. Stand at the podium there. Take the oath from the clerk and then the witness stand.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear to what to give and the cause now to the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. State your first and last name for the record and spell them both.
Linda Schwend, LINDA-SCHWEND.
Okay. Counsel, did you meet and confer with Mr. Hutchison on this witness? Does this witness deal with something that's in dispute in this trial, or can we just stipulate?
I don't believe so. I mean, I believe she's just gonna testify to dates and times and some photos.
Can we just stipulate to those matters?
As soon as she says when she took them, yes.
Okay.
I don't know.
That's fine. Fair enough. Listen, I'm going to talk to you outside the presence of the jury, but we need to meet and confer regarding every witness, and any stipulation that can be reached, we'll reach it. I don't need it. I'll talk to you later about it.
We did meet her first.
Oh, okay. Well, good. Thanks. Mr. Moore, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Schwin.
Good morning.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a police service specialist.
Is that at the Davis Police Department?
It is.
What does a police services specialist do?
Handle calls, help in different departments.
When you say handle calls and help in different departments, are you talking about within the Davis Police Department?
Yes.
You have a collateral duty as being a member of the evidence response team.
I do.
And what do you do with that team?
I respond to incidents and collect evidence, take photographs.
Were you part of the team that responded to Central Park on April 27th, 2023 for the suspected homicide of Mr. David Breaux?
I was.
What did you do there?
I took photographs.
And about what time did you start taking those photographs?
I don't recall.
What did, when you arrived on scene, was Mr. Breaux still present on the bench?
Yes.
Did you try to take the photographs to capture Mr. Breaux close in time to when he was discovered?
Yes. Yes.
Prior to court today, did you look at People's Exhibit 1?
I did.
And did that contain approximately 151 photographs?
Yes.
And in looking at those photographs, were those photographs that you personally took?
They were.
And were all those photographs taken on April 27th, 2023?
They were.
And based on your familiarity with those, did those capture images of Central Park, David Breaux, both on the bench, on the ground, clothed and unclothed, as well as other pieces of evidence? Does that accurately capture what you saw?
Yes.
No further questions?
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Okay, Ms. Schwin, thank you. Have a great day. I appreciate it. Mr. DeMora, next witness.
People call Corporal Kimberlee.
Okay. Good morning, Corporal. Come on in. Stand here at the podium. Thank you for being here today.
Sir.
Clerk will administer the oath, and then please take a stand.
You do solemnly swear to swear to give and the cause of happiness for the court to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Be seated. Take your first and last name for the record. Spell the vote.
Yes, my name is Pang Lee. Pang is spelled P-H-E-N-G. Lee is spelled L-Y.
Great. Direct exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Corporal Lee.
Good morning, sir.
Corporal Lee, where do you work?
City of Davis Police Department.
What do you do there?
I am employed as a police corporal.
What's a police corporal?
Police corporal is one rank above that of a police officer.
I want to break this up into two questions. How long have you been a police officer?
This is my 26th year.
How long have you been a corporal?
Approximately about a dozen.
As a police corporal, are you currently assigned to the patrol division?
Yes.
What's that mean?
That means I essentially work patrol, I supervise patrol officers, I drive a police car, handle officer service.
Were you on duty April 29, 2023 around 9:15 p.m.?
Yes.
Did you respond or did you receive a call for service at that time?
Yes.
Can you describe that call for service?
It was a report of a man down with blood all over him.
Where did you respond to?
The location was given initially as Sycamore and Colby in West Davis.
Is that in the county of Guillory?
Yes.
You say it was initially reported as that. Did the location change or what happened?
Well, the actual location was actually in the park, so it was a little bit off.
Did you respond? How quickly did you respond?
I responded with my emergency lights and sirens activated to get there as soon as I could.
Why did you go with your emergency lights and sirens?
A number of reasons. There was a person that was down with blood all over him. It's unusual circumstances, and then given the fact that we had had a homicide a few days prior, that also played into my mindset as well.
When you go lights and sirens, is that what we consider a priority call or a priority response?
Yes.
Is that the highest level of response that law enforcement can give to a call?
Yes.
On that date, that time, April 29th, around 9:15, did you have a body-worn camera that was functioning and working?
Yes.
Did it capture the events of your response as well as your presence at Sycamore Park?
Yes.
And have you, since April 29th, 2023, had an opportunity to review that body camera?
Yes.
Before I treat people with Exhibit 17, just inform the court, this is going to be one of those images or camera videos that's going to be your graphic nature.
Graphic, okay, so the live stream will be muted for that, or not muted, but blacked out, and then the media is prohibited from recording. Thank you for the heads up on that.
And confirm with counsel there's a stipulation at the public with the court's permission.
Okay, great, thank you, and I approve. And then we're going without a transcript, we spoke about that earlier today, agreed?
Yes.
Okay, and then court reporter's relief.
Now, Corporal Lee, looking at this still frame image that's paused at 3 seconds, do you recognize this as your body-worn camera from April 29th, 2023? Or should we play a little bit more for you?
Yeah, I would need to see a little bit more. I mean, this is just kind of a general, typical body-worn camera footage from a driver's seat perspective.
Okay, defense.
I'm going to stipulate this is a body-worn camera.
Thank you, counsel.
what happened?
Yes, he was attacked by a person.
Okay.
Went on a bike that way.
Okay, what did the guy look like?
He's a white, 19, 20 years old, black curly hair. He had a hat on. I just like it. Can someone switch with me? Yeah. I'm wearing now.
You got it? Do you know? Okay.
Are you coming?
I got it. So, did you guys see the attack? Did you guys see what happened afterwards?
Yeah, I heard a man yell, somebody help me, oh my God, help me. I ran across, I thought they
So, a guy on a bike?
on a bike.
Okay, white, black, Asian?
White.
White male? How old?
Latino, light skin.
How old?
Years old. 20 years old.
How long ago?
Just like 10 minutes.
10 minutes? Less than 10 minutes ago? What kind of a bike was it?
I couldn't see him so dark. He took off, I chased him, but I can't run fast enough. And he went that way.
Okay.
My daughter and I, we live right here. We just heard everything.
Charles 24, I need all units out here, please code 3. I'm doing CPR right now. Victim does not look good, multiple stab wounds. Break. Yeah, hold on 1 second, sir.
Okay.
You said you're a doctor?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. On the radio. So, okay. Charles 24 update. Suspect is a male Hispanic, possibly on a bike, last seen headed westbound toward the 113 over. Victim is actually on the bike path just west of Sycamore Lane. And he, witness heard the victim saying he was being attacked by the suspect. So just one person?
Yeah, just one person.
Okay.
But I saw there may have been more.
Did you see
I live here. We live right here. We just heard it. Came out.
Come on, buddy.
Fine, just keep going. You're here.
I heard the yelling. I heard what sounded like something.
Come on, guys. We need to bag him. We need some epi.
He's a doctor.
Yeah, you guys got epi with you. Need something to happen.
Get the system down. Charles 24, have the, stand by. Hey,
Mr. DeMar,
talk to
you
the
stop.
doctor right now,
Stop.
please get a statement.
Okay, thank you. We are interrupting the video midstream, and we're going to see the rest of it on the backside. Courtney, thank you. We've got more questions. We're going to finish that video as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, we are going to take our midday break. It will be from noon to 1:30. I'd like to get started right when we come back. And remember your three-part admonition: no research, no opinions, no discussion. Enjoy your break, folks. Thank you. Off the record.
watched the body camera, and he's not where he says he is, and he speaks perfect English. Not perfect, but it's English.
people of the state of California versus Carlos Reales Dominguez, case CR 23-1391. All members of our jury are present, all counsel and the parties are present. I did want to say one thing to the jury, because for most of you, this is a new experience, and I wanted to remark on the rhythm of a trial. And when we start the day, we do an all rise, and then at the end of the day, when we start the afternoon, we do an all rise. And it's really humbling to be a judge and have people stand up for you. It's not about me. It's about focusing everyone that's part of the system, the lawyers, the parties, the witnesses, and the jurors, and the judge, that we are engaging in justice. We are adjudicating a case, and it's serious business. And we do that as a formality at the beginning of the day and at the beginning of the afternoon. Don't do it between breaks, trying to keep things moving. But I just wanted to let you know that I'm born in Decatur, Illinois, middle-class family, and it's a great honor to be a judge in Yolo County. But when we call the case in the morning, it's for all of us. And so I appreciate that formality and that gesture, and I just wanted to share that with you. The other thing that struck me is I didn't really tell you that about the job of a judge, and it's much different. You are the most important people in this courtroom. The judge is a gatekeeper of evidence, and I'm keeping things moving, and I'm deciding what evidence will be admitted to all of you. But ultimately, this case will be decided by the jurors, okay? And please don't take anything that I do as an indication of what I believe. My opinion about the case is not what matters. It is your opinion, your determination as to what the facts are and how the law is applied. So this is a case about a jury deciding what happened and applying the law to it. So I just wanted to share those fundamental rules and things that we're doing here together, because we're going to be together for a while, and just laid it out. So let's get back to work, and we are collecting evidence at this time. We're hearing witnesses, and we have Corporal Lee on the witness stand, and he's subject to direct examination. And so, counsel, are you ready to carry on?
Yes, Your Honor.
I think we were in the video at this time. Do you want to renew the video?
Correct, and I'll just ask a quick question of Corporal Lee. Corporal Lee, the video that we were watching, is that your body camera from April 29, 2023?
Yes.
That, and we pick up where we left off?
Okay, then yeah, we'll start it up.
Just get a statement. 51 is with me. All other units, go ahead and start circulating west of 113, please. I'll give you further in a second. This could very well be a 187. Ma'am, let's talk over here, ma'am. Talk over here, please. Let's let them do their work. Okay, just hang out right here while my partner talking. I just don't want you back there anymore, okay, ma'am? Thank you. Were you and your husband walking?
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Just take your time, ma'am.
My daughter and I live here.
Okay.
And we had our slider open, and we heard someone scream, and we turned the TV off, and we didn't come out right away. And we heard him come, like, it sounded like he came, or whoever was screaming came from this direction. And he said,
yeah, we'll take everybody at this point. This is not looking good.
And we heard a bunch of what sounded like thumps.
Okay. You thump, like what do you mean thumps?
My daughter said it sounds like he's getting beat, someone's getting beat up.
Like a thump, like this?
Like someone is getting this.
Yeah.
So I put shoes on and a shirt, and I saw someone on the right, it must have been him. And I came out just to see if someone needed help. It looked like he was on the phone.
Who was on the phone?
The guy that was in the yard. I think so. We looked through our fence.
I'm sorry, are you related to him at all, the doctor?
No.
Okay,
No.
okay, I thought you guys were together. Okay, that was my assumption, I'm sorry.
No.
Okay.
I looked through my fence and I saw someone with a flashlight and on the phone,
Okay.
and it seemed like someone was in trouble, and I came out.
Yeah, someone on a bike went over, long black curly hair was 12 minutes. So, okay, that guy's just walking. He's out.
Where's the doctor at?
The doctor's over.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I can't help.
Okay, we'll go to the doctor as well, just give her a statement. Charles, one court, I can have one unit responding to scene. We need to start moving off this section of the park, please. Sir, doctor, come over here, sir. I know you talked to my partner, but obviously you are a very important witness. Just real quick before you go back home, just drive to me the guy one more time, please. You said Hispanic male or white male?
I don't know Hispanic. He might have been white. Light skin, but his hair, he has kind of like almost like permy, long black hair. He had a white cap that he was carrying to put on.
White cap like a baseball cap?
More like
a watch cap or?
You know how people who ride professional bicycles, they've got the smaller cap? It's like a small white cap, not a baseball cap. I don't know how to describe it.
Kind of like a skull cap?
Skull cap, right, with a rim on it. So he picked that up, and and I was like, you guys okay? Do you have a bike wreck? And then I saw him bleeding. He goes, what's going on? Why are you bothering me? Leave him alone. And he took off, and I chased him, but I realized he was on a bike. I couldn't catch him. He got away.
What was he wearing? If you could tell, best recollection right now.
Honestly, my best recollection, he had a t-shirt, and he was wearing like a buttoned shirt. It was open, like it was unbuttoned.
Kind of like what you're wearing, but unbuttoned?
Unbuttoned, right, but it wasn't as thick. It was like thin and flowy. When he was going away,
Can you start moving off, trying to see the whole area here? Starting at the fence line.
As he was running away, he had like a kind of flowy, like shirt on. He's on his bike, and he turned only partially, and he's like, leave me alone, man, what's up? And I chased him, and then he got away. And then I came back to call 911. So
if you had to guess on his age and weight, what would you say, doctor?
20 years old, and I'm going to guess 140 pounds, 130 thin.
How would you estimate, sir?
Yeah, so... He's about this tall. So I'm 6'5".
I'm 5'6".
Yeah, I've been 5. He's a little taller than you. 5'6", 8.
5'8".
5'8".
Okay.
And he went that way.
Okay. I gotta ask this question. Did he strike you as maybe a transient or mentally ill or a student or anything particular like that? Any particular classification we can?
No. I would say he didn't. I don't know.
Okay. All right, sir. Once you go back home,
I'm just right here. I can come back.
What's your address, sir?
That's my house right there.
What's the address, sir?
1306 Sycamore.
Okay.
You're welcome to call me, drop by anytime, whatever I can do to help.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
And Corporal, who was that man you were talking to?
That was Dr. Massie.
What's his first name?
I don't recall offhand.
The woman that you had spoken to first, do you remember who that was?
I don't at this moment.
Do you have your report ready?
Yes.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at your report?
Yes.
With his own information?
Okay.
The female was Tiffany Hodges, and the doctor's first name is Matthew.
So I'm going to show you two exhibits, People's 25C and People's 25D. May I approach, Your Honor? Corporal Lee, showing you 25C. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This appears to be a Google Maps satellite overhead imagery of the area of Sycamore Park and Highway 113.
Are you familiar that area?
Yes.
Does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of Sycamore Park and the surrounding area?
Yes.
Right, and go into 25D. What is that?
This is another Google Maps satellite imagery, but instead of showing like pictures, it's more of like a map.
Okay. And just as with 25C, you're familiar with that area?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of that area, Sycamore Park and the surrounding?
Yes.
So let me talk to you about Sycamore Park a little bit. About how big is the park itself, would you say?
I would say it's a fairly large park. It borders Willow Elementary School. It's on the north side of the school. It has a large playground to the west. Got lots of, it's a big grassy area for the most part.
If you were to go, if you were to enter the park off of Sycamore, is there a bike path or a walking path that can take you to West Davis?
Yes.
Was that the path that you ended up parking your patrol vehicle on when you responded on April 29th?
Yes.
Prior to April 29th, actually, strike that. How many times would you estimate you'd been to that park at night?
Probably, I mean, in my career, probably 70, 80 times.
How's the lighting?
It's pretty poor. There's some intermittent overhead lighting along the path itself, but for the most part, the park itself is dark.
When you arrived on scene on April 29th, where was most of the lighting coming from that was illuminating Dr. Massie and the individual that we now know as Karim Abou?
It was from a cell phone light.
Well, other than the cell phone light, let me ask you this way. Did your patrol vehicle give most of the illumination that night?
Yes.
Outside of that, was there really any lighting illuminating the path and the trees and the grassy area?
Well, like I said, there's intermittent overhead lighting, but the lighting is it's not very bright at all.
That area of the park where you parked your car, let's say you didn't have your overhead lights on, you didn't have your headlights on. Are you familiar with that area of the park not having a ton of lighting that is received from those street lamps?
That is correct.
Do you have a pen up there?
I have some markers up here.
We have a red one?
Yes, I do.
Could you mark with an X on both 25C and 25D where you saw Dr. Massie when you first arrived on scene?
You said with a red X?
Yes.
Okay.
You asked that question, was Dr. Massie attending to Karim?
Yes.
Okay, so that when you say that, that's where you saw him. That's where you saw Mr. Abou Najm. Okay, thanks.
Okay.
So, wish to publish 25C and 25D?
Yes.
And Corporal, do you happen to have the laser pointer up there?
Yes. Is this one?
Yeah, I charged it.
Okay.
And with the laser pointer, can you point to on 25C where you put the X? Now, when Dr. Massie, he was the one who told you, or you received information that the individual who left the scene had gone westbound, correct?
Yes.
All right, can you, with the laser pointers, show us where westbound is?
Sure. It's somewhat marked on the map here. You can see how the path is marked here, going westbound towards State Route 113 and then over State Route 113 into West Davis.
In the first street that you hit when you cross over 113, is that Crystal Grove Lane?
Yes, sir.
And while we have this exhibit up, can you just sort of, with a laser pointer, highlight or box the area of the park, the full area of the park?
Sure. As you can see, there's residences on the north side. I'd say probably about 15 feet north of the scene here. So starting top left-hand corner, I would say the park starts here, goes all the way to Sycamore, goes south to the school grounds, goes back west towards 113, and then north again along 113 to where it begins to cross 113.
Thank you. And showing you 25D. And that's the X that you put on 25D to show where you responded, where Dr. Massie was performing CPR on Mr. Abou.
Yes, sir.
When you responded to the scene, and you first approached Dr. Massie and Mr. Abou, did you see any weapons around either Dr. Massie or Mr. Abou?
No.
Was Mr. Abou, was he responsive to any of the life-saving measures, CPR, that Dr. Massie or yourself were providing?
No.
Thank you, Corporal. No further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mora. Mr. Hutchinson, Cross?
Sir, did you conduct any investigation yourself on the opposite side of 113?
No, sir.
To your knowledge, does Davis Police Department do a canvass of all the houses on the other side of 113 looking for video surveillance?
I'm not aware of that, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. That's a very narrow cross. Mr. DeMora, any questions on that?
The reason I asked this morning is just to be clear. Sycamore Park is in City of Davis County, Bill.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Corporal Lee, thank you for making time for the court. Have a great day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. DeMora, witnesses?
Your Honor, the people called Christopher Kumada.
Okay. Counsel, I'm going to ask you to step aside. Mr. Kumada, good afternoon. Come on in. Stand there at the podium. Thank you for being here. The clerk will give you the oath. Then I'll have you take the witness stand, and we have two lawyers to ask questions. Before you do that, Deputy, will you do me a favor and take one of the chairs in the witness stand and just put it back? Okay, Mr. Clerk, go ahead.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear to you're about to give and the cause nothing to the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You can be seated.
And I do have an objection to one of the exhibits.
Okay.
Needs to be addressed before it's shown to the witness.
Okay, great. Let me know when we get there. Thanks.
and last name for the record? Just spell them both.
First name Christopher, last name Kumada, Christopher. Last name spelled Kumata.
Okay, thank you. All right, and then Mr. Vanderhook, I take it that Mr. Hutchinson told you which exhibit he had a question about, an objection to?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and so can we cover some ground before we get to that point in time?
We can.
Okay, awesome, direct.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
What's your job?
I'm a forensic systems analyst at the Yolo County District Attorney's Office.
Is it a peace officer position?
It is not.
And who's your employer?
The Yolo County District Attorney's Office.
And so you work for the same office that I do?
That's correct.
Do we work in the same building?
Yes.
And are you a salaried employee?
Yes.
You get paid extra for testifying in court?
No.
And how long have you been employed as a forensic systems analyst for the DA's office?
A little over 3 years now.
And what are your job duties there?
So my job duties include performing digital forensic services, involved with criminal investigations within Yolo County and for Yolo County law enforcement agencies. And that includes identifying, collecting, examining, analyzing, and reporting on digital evidence so that it can be relied on in a court of law.
And so you conduct examinations of electronic devices?
Yes.
Can you just generally describe how it works and how does an exam of an electronic device even happen?
Yes. It depends on what kind of device it is. For instance, if it's a phone or a computer. Essentially, we try to obtain all of the data from whatever device it is without impacting or without interacting with the device as much as possible, so we preserve the integrity of the evidence. Once we extract the data, then we set the original phone or computer aside so that way it's preserved in that state, and we work only off of that copy of the evidence. And so with that, we use what's called hashing to maintain integrity. And so what hashing is essentially a complex mathematical algorithm that runs across the file that stores all the data. And if the calculation comes back with the same result, then we can say with certainty that the file is the same and hasn't been changed. And so throughout the process, we run different checks to make sure that we're still working off of evidence that hasn't been changed. And so with that, we plug that into different forensic tools, which is software or hardware that helps parse through that data because it's complicated and not really user-friendly to look at, and helps parse that data and make it into more of a user-readable format. And then we work off of that to perform an analysis.
So let me ask you this. Does your unit there at the DA's office, what's that called?
It's called the High-Tech Crimes Unit.
And does the High-Tech Crimes Unit for your DA's office have any certifications?
Yes. So we are accredited by an organization called ANAB.
I'm sorry, can I have the witness speak up, please?
Yeah.
My apologies.
That's all right. Move in and then lift the head of that to you. Yeah, that's the microphone. Good. Thanks.
So our lab is accredited by ANAB, which is an accrediting body that ensures that we meet over 100 different standards and policies that regulate how we perform our duties and how our laboratory is maintained, so that way its integrity can be assured, and also that it can be assessed by a third party to make sure that we follow those policies and that we meet those requirements.
And so you were talking about some quality assurance issues. When you do an investigation or analysis of a particular electronic device, are you the only one who looks at that?
It depends on the case.
Okay. Did you do analysis in this case?
Yes.
And for a case like this, you have people who look over your work before you publish results or reports.
Yes, all of our reports are looked at to make sure it's accurate and as error-free as possible.
Okay. And so let me ask you this about analyzing an electronic device. Okay. this hypothetical, let's say we have a laptop computer or a phone, and an analysis is done of that computer. Does that change anything on the computer so that way it can't be, that phone or computer can't be re-examined by another person later?
Not so that it can't be re-examined later, but the examination or the extraction procedures, depending on the phone or the computer, it may require interacting with the device to some level, so that if you do the same exact thing over again, it won't produce the same exact files. It'll produce mostly the same, but not exactly the same because of the interaction that took place.
Okay, and so when you conducted your analysis of items in this case, did your analysis include an Apple MacBook Pro logic? Or Apple MacBook Pro?
Yes.
Okay. How's that analysis work? How's that happen?
So for that device, I did not examine that device or did not perform the extraction of that device. That device came into our laboratory in a locked state, and we were unable to get into it without a password. In this case, we used a federal partner to attempt to obtain the password, in which they did, and they sent us back what they extracted along with how they extracted a report and hash values, which I explained earlier that we can run and make sure that the data that they got is the same data that we receive.
Okay. And in examining that particular laptop, did you look at the contents?
Yes.
Did you find information on the computer that gave any kind of indication as to whose computer this was?
Yes.
And what was indicated?
There were email addresses associated with the Apple ID as well as usernames on the computer.
Okay, and do you know what those were?
Yes.
And what were they?
Your Honor, may I refer to my report to refresh my memory?
Yeah, if you don't remember.
So the username for the computer was CARLOSREALES, and there were 3 different accounts that were associated with that computer. CARLOSREALES02 at iCloud.com, CARLOS.REALES00 at gmail.com, and GREEDOFTHEINGRATFUL14 at gmail.com.
And when you were looking at this device, were you able to examine the browsing history for the computer?
Yes.
And did you find browsing data from the time frame of late April and early May of 2013?
Yes.
What did you find?
In that, I found a cached image file, and what a cached image file is a file that is saved to the computer, not necessarily at the request of the user. In this case, a web browser would save an image to the computer from a page that's visited, so that way if the user ever visits that page again, it loads a lot faster. And in this case, I located an image of a makeshift memorial.
May I first one, John?
Okay.
Handing you with the marked for identification purposes as People's 43D. Look that, please.
Yes.
Have you been able to see it?
Yes.
Is 43D the image of the makeshift memorial that you found on the computer that you examined?
Yes.
And published?
Okay.
So this image, can you tell what websites were being visited or what was being accessed that could have resulted in this image showing up on the computer you were examining?
Yes, through some correlation.
And what were you able to determine?
So at the same time that this file was saved to the computer, it coincides with the web browsing data that shows the different sites that were visited, and at that time, the UC Davis website was being accessed. And it was a long URL, but it was from the UC Davis domain.
And from the UC Davis website information, could you make any determinations as to what was being accessed on the UC Davis website?
Yes.
And what's that?
Your Honor, may I refer to my report again to refresh my memory? During that time, it was the UC Davis login screen, and then a login window, and then followed by that a website with or the UC Davis web page with the title Schedule Builder.
And so this kind of UC Davis login, is this something like a student would use to log into their account at UC Davis?
I believe it could be.
Objection, foundation.
Sustained.
Is it a login for the UC Davis website where a user can log into the UC Davis website?
Yes.
Did you conduct an examination of any cellular phones?
Yes.
How many cellular phones?
2.
And was one of the phones a Apple iPhone XS Max?
Yes.
And with this one, was this again something where someone else did the extraction, or were you able to do the extraction on this one?
I did the extraction on this one.
So what's that process? How do you conduct an extraction for the cell phone?
So we receive the cell phone and we plug it into a forensic tool, which we verify during software updates to make sure that it's working as it's intended to. And so we plug it in and it interacts with the device to gain enough control to extract, in this case, what's known as a full file system, which extracts the user data, some operating system data that's not accessible to user, application information, the full file system off of the device.
And once you have it extracted, what can you see on the phone?
What, during the extraction?
Or once it's extracted, once you have like the data from the phone, what kind of data can you look at?
You could look at most of the saved data from the device, and so that includes messages, web browsing, application usage, including information of when devices are shut down, where devices are located at different times, and data like that.
Can you access images stored on the computer?
On the computer?
Or sorry, on the phone?
Yes.
And when you conducted an examination of this phone, did you find any images of knives?
Yes.
Okay, first witness.
Okay.
Sir, I'm handing you with the mark for identification purposes equals 43A and 43B. Can you take a look at those, please? Have you had a chance to look at them?
Yes.
What are they?
They are images of knives.
And are these images of knives that you recovered from your examination of that phone?
Yes.
I want to back up for a second. When we're talking about this phone, could you locate any indicia on, any information on the phone that would show you information about whose phone this might be?
Yes.
And what was that?
Phone number, similar to the computer, the email address is associated with the Apple ID and other accounts on the device.
And did it have the phone have an owner name associated with it within its data?
Yes.
And what was that?
Your Honor, may I refer to my report to refresh? Thank you. The owner name is Carlos, C-A-R-L-O-S, Reales, R-E-A-L-E-S.
And regarding these two images that I published here,
Okay.
so I'm going to show you the first one. And this is people's 43B. You can see that, sir?
Yes.
And so this is an image that you found on this phone that had the owner name Carlos Reales.
Yes.
And then I'm showing you 43A. This is another image of a knife that you found on that phone.
Yes.
Did you find additional images of knives on the phone?
Yes.
How many?
Objection, relevance, cached images.
Overall.
Over 500.
Okay, and from what time frame were these images of knives?
from December 5th through December 6th of 2022,
How can you tell that?
based on the dates that the files were created.
And so I want to talk to you a little about that. Do phones or other electronic devices record information as to when they're created?
Yes.
What is metadata?
Metadata can be simply data about other data.
Can you explain how metadata might be relevant to seeing when an image like this was created?
Yeah, so the file creation date could be referred to as metadata. So it's tracking when the file itself, which is data, is created, and it also tracks other things such as when it may be changed, when it may be accessed, and depending on the photo, a lot of other information.
Okay, so those two images created December 5th and the map images that you located December 5th, December 6th. What about this image of the memorial that you talked about earlier? When you examine the computer, did this have metadata? Could you tell when this was created?
Yes.
When was this created?
Your Honor, may I refer to my report just for accuracy and refreshing my memory?
Okay.
Thank you. It was created on May 3rd, 2023 at 6:11 and 14 seconds, which is UTC time.
Okay, 6:11, 14 seconds, AM or PM?
PM.
And what's UTC time?
UTC is a time standard, which it also can be referred to as, sometimes can be referred to as different time zones, although it is different. So the UTC time format is corresponds with Greenwich Mean Time, where in the Pacific it can be UTC minus, which is the Greenwich Mean Time, but 7 hours earlier or 8 hours depending on the time of year.
So if we had this time of 6:11 UTC, could we convert that to Pacific time to understand what time it was in California when that image was created?
Yes.
What would that be?
I would need to refer, I am bad with remembering with daylight savings if it's -7 or -8.
Stipulate that it's 7.
Thank you.
So if it was created at 6:11 p.m., what would it be in Pacific time?
It would be 11:11.
Thank you. Okay, let's go back to these images of the knives and the different knives that you located, images of knives on there. Were you able to tell where they came from on the phone, as far as like what was being accessed or what websites they came from?
Yes, all of the images came from folders that belong to the Amazon application.
And so are these images of these knives, as well as the other knife images that you saw, consistent with someone doing some shopping on Amazon and looking at different images of knives?
It appears so.
Okay, so we talked about different images that we found on a computer and now on a laptop, on a computer and now on a phone. I want to talk to you about the phone, and I want to ask you about whether or not you were able to find any location data when you conducted an analysis of the phone.
Yes, I was able to locate location data.
And how does that work? I mean, how does a phone select location data?
It collects it from a variety of different sources. Also depends on the phone. For iPhones, it largely collects location information from the mobile networks, from wireless networks, and from GPS location data.
So I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as People's 45A. Can you take a look at that?
Yes.
And what's 45A?
It's an example of the information that is shown with the GPS location and how it can be interpreted.
And did you create People's 45A or create the image on it?
Yes.
Now, do phones get this location data from GPS?
In the picture just shown, yes, that was through GPS.
Okay. Are phones capable of getting location data from other types of sources?
Yes.
what type of sources can phones get location data from?
From wireless networks, so Wi-Fi is everywhere. So some of those Wi-Fi networks have locations either built in or it's been crowdsourced, so we know where a specific network is located. And so if a phone stores that location or that network just by walking past it, it's associated with that location, and so it can track that.
Maybe a hypothetical question then. Let's say someone's house has a Wi-Fi network that is a known network, and my phone has Wi-Fi on, and I walk past. Could my phone then log that I walked past that Wi-Fi network, even if I never logged into their Wi-Fi network?
Yes.
And so is there essentially then known locations of different Wi-Fi networks that the phone connecting to Wi-Fi can use to tell where it is?
Yes.
Now, when you're conducting an analysis of phone data, and you're trying to map locations of where the phone has been, do you consider that information as being accurate or reliable in mapping where a phone was at a particular time?
I would consider it accurate but not reliable.
Can you explain?
Yes. The location is considered accurate, however, the time that it's associated with, so at a certain time I could not say with certainty whether or not it was there at that time.
Why is it that when a phone is getting its location through conversing with Wi-Fi networks, that the time associated with that is not reliable?
It has to do with how Apple sets up their phone and the purposes of why they're tracking it. For this case, they're not using it for real-time location tracking, just general location tracking. And so when they process it, it doesn't actually correlate. They do it in batches. And so at one time, it'll have the locations, but all, for instance, over 100 different locations across many places, all with the same exact time.
So if I have my iPhone, walking past all kinds of different Wi-Fi networks throughout my life, then at some point my phone syncs all those at once with the same timestamp?
It could. I don't know exactly how many they do at once or from what time period.
Okay, but they come in big batches and not just for each location doesn't get its own timestamp.
Correct.
And so then would you say that when it's Wi-Fi data, that it's accurate as to location, but not reliable as to its time?
Accurate to location, but not accurate for the time, but also dependent on whether the location has been reported or sourced accordingly.
Okay, and so depending on where the source that correlates that Wi-Fi network to that location could affect reliability?
Yes.
So when you're generating your reports, do you rely on this kind of Wi-Fi data then, given that it seems to have some unreliability issues?
Not for real-time location tracking.
Okay, and when you created your reports in this case, did you rely on any of that kind of Wi-Fi data to create your location tracking?
No.
Okay, so can a phone tell where it is based on cell towers?
It can.
Can you explain that?
So the cell towers can be used for location tracking based off of communication times or what time it's located or where it's located, how quickly the signals or the communication is able to happen or how far away it is. And so it generally tracks where based on cell towers.
And so is that kind of cell tower information, is that something that's accurate and reliable?
It's accurate in general, but it's hard to pinpoint exact locations. It's easy to say within a large area, this is generally where the phone was, but it's hard to pinpoint with a degree of certainty where exactly that is.
So if you had a cell tower data point, and that was in the city of Davis, would you be able to use that to infer that the phone is somewhere around the city of Davis?
Yes.
But would you be able to use it to infer where specifically in the city of Davis it was?
No.
And so is that kind of data where it's very vague as to location something that you included in any of your reports that you prepared for this case?
No.
Now, the data that you did use, is it located in a specific area of the phone?
Yes.
And what is the type of data that you're using in your reports here, you're not using the Wi-Fi data and you're not using cell tower data.
GPS data.
And is this data that is both reliable with location and with time?
In this case, yes.
And is there a certain file path on the phone where this location data is stored?
Yes.
Handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as People's 45. Can you take a look for me, please? Sorry, 45B.
Yes.
And so for 45B, anywhere on that chart do you see the file path for the data that you were analyzing or that you use?
Yes.
Is there a pen or something where you're at?
Markers.
Using a marker, can you just circle the file path that you're using when you're conducting your data analysis? Thank you, sir. Okay, so when you're getting these kind of location points from the data, what information does it give you? Does it just tell you this point and nothing else?
No, it provides a lot of information, including the GPS point, the timestamp associated with it, the degree of certainty where its position is, as well as the degree of certainty of the elevation of the device and a few other fields as well.
Okay, and so does it provide a time scale?
Yes.
Does it provide a position?
Yes.
And does it provide something called horizontal accuracy?
Yes.
What is horizontal accuracy?
Horizontal accuracy is what Apple uses to estimate how sure that location is. In this case, it's stored in a table that provides a single number, and that number refers to how far away from where the GPS location is, provided how far away that pinpoint could be. And so sometimes for instance, it could give a 20, which refers to 20 meters. So if the point is where I am, that 20 meters refers to 20 meters in any direction is where the location of the phone is.
So we talked earlier about People's Exhibit 45A, and I showed that to you. May I publish your own?
Okay. 45A, GPS data.
Okay, so this 45A, this kind of image with the circle and the explanation here, is this all stuff that you created?
Yes.
And so for this particular one, did this point actually come from the phone that you were analyzing?
Yes.
So this isn't just an example that you use in all cases, this is one specific to this analysis.
Yes.
And so this point has a timestamp?
Yes.
It has a position?
Yes.
And horizontal accuracy?
Yes.
So here, for the timestamp, here you have the time with UTC -7. Does that mean that this is Pacific time, or that this is the Greenwich Mean Time stuff?
This means that it's in Pacific time.
Okay? And so for this GPS coordinate position, are you then using that to plot where this point is on a map?
Yes.
Now this horizontal accuracy, what is that?
So that would be the line that comes out of the pin on the map. And that would be the radius of the circle.
Okay, so the pin that's on the map, does the pin mean that that's where the device is, exactly where the pin is?
No.
Then how do we know where the device is?
The device is somewhere in that circle.
Okay, so the device is saying that it's within, somewhere within 20 meters of that point?
Yes.
And so this is horizontal accuracy, and your circle goes more than horizontal, it goes in a full circle. I mean, does horizontal not mean horizontal in this case?
Apple has called it horizontal accuracy and chosen to refer to it in that way.
Okay, you didn't create that image.
Correct.
And so this horizontal accuracy is actually just a circle and can be anywhere within the circle.
Yes.
All right, so looking at the data that you analyze for the phone, I'm going to hand you with an identified, marked for identification purposes equals 45. Take a look at that, please.
What exhibit is this?
45 with no button.
Okay.
All right, and do you recognize what People's 45 is?
Yes.
And did you create the images that are within People's 45?
Yes.
And so from this phone that you conducted the analysis of, were you able to plot points from April 25th, 2023 and forward?
Yes.
Now, how far back does this location data go? I mean, could you use this location data to map what someone was doing a year or 2 years ago?
No.
Can you explain why not?
Yeah, so Apple uses these locations for various purposes, and if they continually track and store the location over time, eventually your phone's going to fill up. And so eventually it overwrites itself and removes itself from the database, or sorry, the operating system removes the data from the database. And so in this case, Apple stores the data specifically in this database for 7 days, and then after the 7 days, it's removed from the device.
Okay, and so for April 25th of 2023, were you able to find location data for the device and map it?
Yes.
And so I'm putting up on what is page 1 of People's 45. Are you able to see this?
Yes.
And you created this?
Yes.
And so I have a bunch of different pins on this map. What are these pins?
Each pin corresponds with an entry in that database that has the GPS coordinate, the time, and the horizontal accuracy.
Okay, so I'm going to pause you there. We talked about different types of location data. Which one of the different types of location data that we talked about are you using when you're creating an image like this?
GPS location data.
Okay, and so this is that information that you talked about as being reliable both for position and for timestamp?
Yes.
And so the example that I showed you before with the kind of circle on it had a horizontal accuracy of 20 meters. Do you just put all points on this chart regardless of what their horizontal accuracy is?
No.
What kind of limits do you put on the horizontal accuracy for actually plotting the point on a chart?
In this case, I chose 65 meters or less for the horizontal accuracy.
Okay, and so using 65 meters, does that mean that the actual location of the phone is not necessarily at the pin, but somewhere within 65 meters of each pin?
That's correct.
All right, and using the 65 meters, are you then able to get a pretty close approximation of the movements of that device?
Within 65 meters, yes.
Okay, and so for your analysis on April 25th, what were you able to see the device doing, or what kind of movements on the device did you map on this figure 1?
On the figure, I mapped the times that the device was either not moving or in movement, and so from, in this case, from 4:06 a.m. to 1:26 p.m., the GPS coordinates were at the address, or at or near the address 762 Hawthorne Lane. And moving from that, at 1:26 or around 1:26, the phone began logging that it was moving in the direction towards Kleber Hall. And at 1:43 through 1:49, there's several different entries at that single location. And then from 2:49 to 2:55 p.m., the device has entries that show it moving towards Wellman Hall on the UC Davis campus. And then at 2:55, between 2:55 and 3:30, there are several entries that show it at or near Wellman Hall.
Now, before preparing this exhibit, were you provided with Mr. Dominguez's class schedule?
No.
And so this is just strictly information that you're getting from the phone?
Yes.
Okay, turning to page 2 of People's 45, what is this showing in figure 2?
It's showing the locations of the device from this database on April 25th, 2023 between 3:30 p.m. and 11:49 p.m.
Okay, and so this is kind of picking up where the last chart left off and going all the way till kind of the end of the day.
Yes.
And where is the phone then approximately at the end of the day?
At or near the address of 762 Hawthorne Lane.
And so then, turning to page 3 of People's 45, what kind of data did you find for April 26th?
No data.
And so, what does that indicate to you when you're getting no location data for a device like this?
It could indicate a number of things. It could indicate that the data wasn't recoverable. It could indicate that Apple decided not to log data for that specific data. It could indicate that the device was off or that location services were turned off.
And so, you talk about the possibility of the device being turned off. Do Apple phones log when they are turned on or off?
Yes.
And how does that work?
Apple maintains a series of logs within the device that track different events, and some of those events could be powering off, the battery status, or powering back on.
And is there just one log that covers all power events?
No.
How many logs are there?
There is, I don't know the exact number, but there's at least 3.
Okay. Of the 3 that you know of or you testified to, what are those?
Your Honor, may I refer to my report? Thank you. The log file names are mobivatation.log.0, and then it's a series of logs that is the same file essentially but split into different ones, and so it also includes the same name, but instead of .0 it's .1 and .2. There's also a log called the shutdown.log. There's also logs that are stored under the name logd.0.log, and then that also can continue out and be referencing the same type of log, except for storage purposes it names it .1 instead of .0.
Okay. Let me rephrase this a little bit. Is there different logs for when the user powers off the phone versus when the phone senses that the battery's expired and it's shutting itself down?
Some of the logs just record whether it's powered off or powered down, and not how it was powered off or powered down. But there are other logs that show if it powered down by a battery failing.
Okay, so let me ask you this: for the log that says whether or not the phone's powering off due to battery failure, how far back does that go?
It goes back. It's an unsure amount of time. It only recorded up until around, I believe, April 20. Your Honor, may I refer my report just to refresh my memory? Thank you. April 17th was the earliest time where it recorded an accurate timestamp for the phone turning off by the battery dying.
Okay. And did you create a chart or table showing power on and power off events for the phone?
Yes.
And so I'm showing you what's page 12 from People's Exhibit 45. Do you see this?
Yes.
Did you prepare this?
Yes.
And so these two green columns, what are those?
The green columns refer to the time and date that the device was powered on.
And these pink columns, what are those?
The time and date when the device was powered off.
And so turning the page to page 13, is that the same for the four sets of columns on page 13?
Yes.
And so how far back did you go, or were you able to go when you were looking at power on, power off events for the phone?
They go back a long ways. I only went back from August of 2022.
Okay, so going back to page 13 then, on the power off column, there are several entries here for the 17th, and then for the 19th, the 23rd, 25th, and 27th, where there are stars or asterisks next to those. Do you see that?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Those refer to the times that the phone turned off because the battery was run down.
And so, let me ask you this. For this shutdown that happens on April 19th, 2023 at 5:27 p.m., is that, can you tell based on the log data you have whether that one is from battery shutdown or from a user turning off?
I can tell that it's not from the battery shutting down. It could be from the battery being turned off by the user.
Okay, what other things would turn the phone off?
Operating system updates could restart the device.
Okay.
Hold on just a second, Mr. Vander. Let's stand up and stretch just for a second. We're going to go till 3 o'clock, folks. And I want please everyone, if you can, stand up. It's good to stretch just for a second. Thank you. I appreciate your indulgence. I know it's hard to turn the lights off, put the blinds down. It's the afternoon. So, but we are going to try to make it till 3 until we take our afternoon break. A lot of times I talk about the courthouse. I was on the design committee, and we tried to get as many windows into the courthouse as possible within our budget. Okay, and I proposed skylights on the 5th floor. I haven't always been on the 5th floor, but now I am. And I did propose skylights, and the initial design, we had them in on the 5th floor. And wouldn't that be nice right now? And there's so much equipment on the top floor that we didn't have them in. The other thing is that we wanted each courtroom to be designed exactly the same. That would have really thrown it off. And that's so there's not some desire to be in one courtroom over the other, that they're all functionally the same, and it really doesn't matter which room you're in. There are some small differences, but for the most part, they're the same. All right, well, thanks for the stretch. Let's see if we can make it till 3 o'clock. Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Vanderhook, I appreciate your courtesy, and carry on.
Okay, so let me ask you about the times. So for the times after the 3 asterisks, then these would tend to indicate a user shutdown.
Yes.
What times before the 3 asterisks, can you tell whether these shutdowns are shutdowns that are user shutdowns or whether they're from battery depletion?
Not on the logs available.
And so could some of the ones before the 3 asterisks be battery level shutdowns, but we just don't have the log for that?
Yes.
And so for before the 3 asterisks, we know the phone is shut down, but don't know whether it's like a user or update restart or battery.
Yes.
Regarding what we were just talking about, we were talking about April 26th and how that there's no data. Is there any information on the battery shutdown or the phone power on, power off log that indicates to you why there might not be any data for April 26th?
Yes.
What's that?
On the right-hand side, do I have a laser pointer here, Your Honor?
Yeah, you can use the pointer, sure.
Here on April 25th, 2023 at 11:49 p.m., the phone was shut down, and the next entry for power on was April 27th, 2023 at, I believe, 4:57 a.m.
So I want to ask you about these times. We've talked about different times on the phone being reported in Pacific time, like actual California time, versus UTC times. The power log times here on this chart, are they being reflected to us in Greenwich Mean Time, or is this Pacific time that we're seeing?
This is Pacific time.
And so on page 2, you had no data after 11:49 p.m. And is that consistent with this kind of indication that that's when the phone was turned off?
Yes.
And so this green column here of April 27, 23 tells us that the phone was then powered on again at 4:57 a.m.
Yes.
So I'm going to go forward to page 4. I'm going to talk about this kind of figure here. It's figure 3, the locations on April 27th. Do you see this?
Yes.
And what is this showing?
This shows the location entries from that database file from April 27th, 2023, from 11:27 p.m. through April 28th, 2023 at 12:20 a.m.
So let's look at those times and pause for a moment. Let's go back to page 15 and look at the power log. We have the phone turning off at 4:57. Did the phone turn off again at all that day?
Yes.
When did it turn off again?
At 4:13 p.m.
Okay, so that's this entry to the right with the 2 stars?
Yes.
And so is this a battery shutdown or battery depletion shutdown?
That's a battery depletion shutdown.
Okay, so on April 27th, battery shutdown at 4:13. When does the phone power back on again?
At 11:26 p.m.
In a specific time?
Yes.
So is this figure 3 then kind of the plotting of the locations the phone is tracking after it's powered back on that night after 11 p.m.?
Yes.
And so for this chart, were you again using the same methodology where you're using the GPS points from the phone itself that you view as both being reliable as to location and as to time?
Yes.
And what, in all the charts that you prepared for this case, is that the only data that you use in any of your charts?
Yes.
And for all the points on this figure, are you again using only points that have a horizontal accuracy or precision of 65 meters or less?
Yes.
And is that true for all the charts that you have you prepared for your entire report?
Yes.
So for when the phone comes on after 11 p.m., what is the phone logging as its location at that time?
At 11:27, it's showing that it is at or near the address 762 Hawthorne Lane. And between the time of 11:27 and 11:53, there's no entries located. Then there's entries at 11:53 p.m. that show it near or at 1313 Sycamore Lane. And then there's another gap in entries until April 28th, 2023 at 12:08 a.m., which show it again near or at 1313 Sycamore Lane.
And so 1313 Sycamore Lane, where is that?
That appears to be near the elementary school and Sycamore Park.
All right, and have you seen this image of Sycamore Park and Willett Elementary here before?
Yes.
And so some of these points actually logging as being in the park itself and not just on the street or near the park?
It appears so.
And all these are again within 65 meters?
Yes.
Okay, so you talked briefly about how for certain periods, like from 11:28 to 11:53, there's no entries located. I mean, why would the phone not be giving any entry locations for something like a 25-minute period there?
It could be a variety of factors. It could be that the phone is turned off. It could be that the location services are turned off. It could be that the phone is unable to get an accurate enough reading to make an entry, or the entries are also created to people generally random times, and there's Apple does it for their own purposes, and so it could be part of the normal function of the operating system.
So would you derive any special meaning about a gap like that, or could it just be that's sometimes how phones work?
It could be just how phones work.
Okay. And so you have the phone starting at Hawthorne Lane, and then 20 minutes after midnight, we have the phone there in the area of Sycamore Park and Willett. Are there any location entries after this kind of 20 minutes after midnight?
No, not on that day.
So going back to the power log on page 13, you see whether there was a shutdown of the phone on April 28th near that same 20 minutes after midnight?
Yes.
And when was the phone shut down?
At 12:21 a.m.
Okay, and so this shutdown, I want to ask you this. I want to go back to page 4. What is the time of the last entry that you have at or near Sycamore Park that this phone is reporting that I'm at or near Sycamore Park?
At 12:20.
Sorry, say again?
At 12:20 a.m.
Okay, and then so then the phone shuts down at 12:21.
Yes.
And so would it be fair to say then that the phone is either shut down there at Sycamore Park or within the distance that a person can move within 1 minute from when that last point was reported?
Yes.
Is there any information from the phone as to what it's doing after 20 minutes after midnight?
Not that I recall.
And why would the phone, strike that. Okay, so the phone shut off at 21 minutes after midnight. The phones record data when they're shut off.
Not recorded and logged.
Okay. As far as location type data, would we have any kind of location data for a phone that's turned off?
Not from the phone.
And for this particular phone, going back to page 13, are you able to tell when the phone comes back on again after it was shut off at 21 minutes after midnight?
Yes.
When did the phone come back on again?
On April 30th, 2023 at 11:43 a.m.
Okay, so going back, we're going to go from we're just at page 4, we're going to go to page 5. For April 29th, did you locate any data showing any location for the phone on April 29th?
No.
What about for April 30th? I'm advancing that to page 6, and this is figure 4.
Yes.
Okay, where is the phone showing that it is on April 30th?
Near or at 762 Hawthorne Lane.
So here you have no entries located between midnight and 11:43 p.m. Did you see that?
Yes.
Is that kind of consistent with what we saw on the power log? Is the phone being off from midnight to 11:43 on that day?
Yes.
And so all the locations that you have for this day, April 30th, are all at 762 Hawthorne.
At or near.
So within 65 meters of the different points you're logging.
Yes.
And then for the last 2 minutes of the day, there's no entry.
Yes.
Advancing here, we're going to be looking at figure 5 now. And what is figure 5 showing us?
Figure 5 shows the phone location entries on May 1st, 2023 between midnight and 5:53 p.m.
Okay, and so this is midnight on the night of April 30th turning into May 1st?
Yes.
And so it's starting at the very beginning of May 1st?
Yes.
Okay, and where does this data show that the phone is moving once it is moving around 534?
It's moving towards the address of 205 California Avenue.
Okay, and do you know when it's there?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay. From what you've seen, is it on EC database?
Yes.
Going one page forward to figure 6, what is figure 6 telling us about the movements of the phone after that on May 1st?
It's showing that at 5:53 p.m. to 6:45 p.m. it is at the address or at or near the address of 205 California Avenue. Beginning at 6:45 p.m. through 7:05 p.m. it shows movement toward the address 762 Hawthorne Lane, And then for the remainder of the day, the entries show that it is near or at 762 Hawthorne Lane.
And so for the last 2 minutes of the day, again, the phone is just not logging anything for those 2 minutes.
Yes.
I want to ask you a question of, sorry, check that. I'm going to advance one page to figure 7. So now we're in the next day, April 2nd, or sorry, May 2nd. What does it tell us about the movements of the phone on May 2nd?
From the beginning of the day until 9:28 a.m., it shows that the device is near or at 762 Hawthorne Lane.
I'll pause you there. So going back one page to figure 6, we have the phone at or near Hawthorne Lane 7:05 p.m. to 11:58 p.m. So if we continue that into the next day, we actually have then the phone is at 762 Hawthorne from about 7:05 p.m. on May 1st all the way until 9:28 a.m. on May 2nd.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to give you a hypothetical question here. If there's an incident that happened somewhere on May 1st, 2023 at 11 to 11:30 p.m., where's this phone saying that it is during that time frame?
The phone is saying that it is near or at 762 Hawthorne Lane.
Okay, and that would that be consistent with being left standing still at a location versus being carried around?
It's not moving from that location.
Right. So going back to figure 7 on May 2nd, we have the phone starting movement again at 9:28 a.m. Where does it go from there?
It's moving towards the address 505 Hutchison Drive.
Okay, and is it there for a while?
It's there for about 14 minutes.
And what happens, sorry, I'm going to advance to figure 8. What happens after that?
Beginning at 10 a.m. on May 2nd, it begins moving towards 762 Hawthorne Lane, and at 10:17, it arrives and stays at or near that address until 1:57 p.m.
So this is still on May 2nd?
Yes.
Advancing to figure 9, is there again then further movement on May 2nd for the same device?
Yes. At 1:57, it begins moving again towards the UC Davis campus, towards Kleber Hall. And then at 2:13, it appears that it is at or near that device. At 2:54, the device then moves towards Wellman Hall. And at 2:58, it arrives and stays near at Wellman Hall until 3:23 p.m. And then at 3:24 and past then, there's no entries located on the device.
Going back to page 13, power log, and looking at May 2nd, did the phone power off on May 2nd?
Yes.
And what time did it power off?
It powered off at 3:24 p.m. and also at 8:56 p.m.
And so this 8:56 p.m. Shutdown here, is that a shorter shutdown than we're seeing on other shutdowns?
I'll have to look more at the data to say for sure.
Okay, so looking in here at function again at 8:56 p.m. on May 2nd, can you see from the power up column when it started up again?
Yes.
So how long between the last entry we have for a shutdown and the last entry we have for a startup?
Roughly a minute.
Okay, so would that be consistent with something like a restart of the device?
Yes.
Now,
You're up against the point?
I'm up to that point.
Yeah, okay, all right, we'll take a break. Okay, can we have lights on? So I think I need a few minutes for the lawyers and then plus a 15-minute break for everybody. So this is more like let's just be ready to go at 3:15. Okay, so you have enough time to go downstairs and get some fresh air and everything. And I hopefully you figured it out. I mean, they're back on the 4th floor, 3rd, 2nd, and so forth. You're not stuck with the 5th floor. And obviously we have a staircase right here and a staircase at the end of the hall for easy getting out of here too. Remember the 3-part admonition: do not research, do not form any opinions, do not discuss other than scheduling. I'll see you for the rest of the afternoon, 3:15, 4:30. Thank you. Off the record.
You are calling my reports here.
Yeah. Jury. I do have a witness here. Can we have this discussion in front of the witness?
I would prefer not to.
Okay, Mr. Kumada, you're excused. You can leave your reports here. Okay, and then oh, this is the exhibit in question? Exhibit 43C is, you want to tell me about this then, Mr. Vanderhoek?
Yes, Your Honor. So 43C is a Apple note that was recovered from the defendant's phone. This is from April of 2023.
No, it is not from 2023.
Or sorry, April, I think it's April 22nd, 2022. So this is about a year beforehand. This is going to be lining up right with when Kelly Gallardo breaks up with the defendant. And it's an Apple note titled Knife in My Hand. And it's a description about having a knife in his hand and slicing with the knife and things of that nature. It is extremely probative of the defendant's mindset. I mean, it was offered during opening statement that this was something that suddenly developed and this was something to break. And this is clear evidence that there was contemplation of knives and using knives well before the actual crimes in this. And this is discovery that was been given to the defense since at least March. It was in my trial brief. I wrote out that I was going to be using this in my statement of facts, in my trial brief. It's been marked as an exhibit here in the courtroom since last week. This is something that has been noticed for a very long time, not only that it exists, but that the people fully intended on using it. Because as far as state of mind and what the defendant is thinking with his knife and what he's doing with his knife, a poem titled, or whatever this is, titled Knife in My Hand, is extremely probative of his mental state.
Okay, thank you. And then Mr. Hutchinson.
The people misspoke and said it was from April of 2023. I want to be very clear. This was, appears to be a song or poem written over a year before, on April 6th, 2022. And yes, it is one of the many songs that he wrote that references a knife, but it has nothing to do with killing people. It appears to be about, I would interpret it as a breakup type song or poem. And I believe this has no relevance, and what relevance it has should be excluded under 352. Also, and I don't know if people intend to do this, Mr. Kumada went through the Apple notes and just searched for specific words like knife, and I'm not sure, without any context from what they were referenced in. And so I'm not sure if the people are going to seek to ask me about it. I would object to that, but I also would object to this, of the many songs and poems that they found, they want to show one that he wrote over a year before and is not about killing people.
Okay, so your objection is 352.
Relevance and 352, yes.
Right, and your argument is this is highly prejudicial and marginally relevant to the crimes committed in April and May of 2023 that were not directed at any girlfriend or anyone like that.
I don't think this is direct. I would interpret this as more of self-harm, but it's subject to, I think the court can read it, it's subject to interpretation, as is many songs or poetry. So given the ambiguous nature of the song and poem, the fact that it was written over a year before, I believe, yes, it should be excluded. I believe it has no relevance, but what minimal relevance should be excluded 352 because it is highly prejudicial.
Well, it's highly prejudicial for sure. I mean, that's clear. So then the question is balancing it against the relevance. And you're saying it's 1 year before and it has no relation whatsoever to these crimes other than the reference to the knife first, I suppose stanza says slitting her shell. I push in, stroke in, I guess. I mean, it's hard to understand what that means. Hand and knife, pull, and there's reference in the third stanza too. Right, okay. All right, I understand that argument. Any final argument then, Mr. Randolph?
Yes, Your Honor. So we did select this one. I've looked through the data from there. There is several more that I would also like to bring in, but we really tried to limit it to this one, and we also tried to flag this issue for everybody well ahead of time that we were bringing this in. But I have 4 or 5 other ones lined up that I could bring in that have very similar language. But it's actually extremely probative as to what's going on here, because in April 22, we have him breaking up with Kimberlee Gallardo and then writing this about knife in my hand. In December, we have him buying a knife. And then just 5 days before these stabbings begin, or 6 days before, we have him again reaching out to Kimberlee Gallardo, asking to meet up with her. And then she's saying, no, I don't want to meet up with you. And then he no longer figuratively has a knife in his hand. After she says, no, I don't want to hang out with you, he literally has a knife in his hand. It's extremely probative as to what his
It
mind
would be
says.
probative if he attacked her, right? I mean, so you're transferring this connection of events involving the girlfriend to crimes that don't involve her.
It's the rage associated with the breakup, and it goes entirely to the motive for committing these crimes, is that he is feeling rejected and that he is reaching for the knife when he's facing rejection. And it has a direct link between what is going on in his life with Kimberlee Gallardo and what is going on with him and the knife. For example, he's having issues with Kimberlee Gallardo, and she breaks up with him, and he writes this poem. He's struggling in school, and he has his finals, and he buys a knife. And then he's getting kicked out of school, and he's struggling with Kimberlee Gallardo, and then he's actually going out with a knife. It's a pattern of when he's frustrated, when he's angry, when things aren't going his way, it's resorting to going for knives. And it's argued by the defense that in their opening, the only reason that he has this knife is for carving in logs and sticking in trees. And this directly contradicts that, because it shows that he, in fact, does contemplate using a knife to harm others well before he purchased the knife. And it's not some innocent purchase. It's not as if he is only doing it for self-amusement, that he actually has personally contemplated harming human beings with a knife prior to buying the knife, which is in direct contradiction to what was offered to the jury during the opening.
Okay. It doesn't have to be decided right now. We don't need this witness for this, and if we do, we'll recall it. So, in any event, I'm just going to reserve on it. It's the first I'm hearing about an objection. It sounds like an important issue for the people. So, I want to take a closer look at the issue. And we can have Mr. Kumada subject to recall on the issue, pending the ruling. So if there's any additional legal authority or argument you want to give, I mean, this is pretty basic, 352, and it's really up to the judge to balance everything. So rather than make a rash decision on it, I'll take it under submission, and I'll give you a ruling at an appropriate time so people can respond. Is there other areas that you can handle your witness, Mr. Kumada, on?
I think I was about to wrap up with him, but just regarding the objection, is the court requesting that we file a briefing on this, or I'm just trying to understand what the procedure the court would like?
I didn't order briefing, but I'm inviting it. Yeah, sure. I mean, it sounds like an important issue, so it's always good to look at the case law on it. But I am acknowledging that this is pretty routine 352 balancing, so you may not find case law so fact specific and circumstance specific. So I just need to think more about it based on everything I know about the case. So that's where we're at. Okay?
I just make one comment.
Yeah, sure.
The people are suggesting that this is about hurting Kimberlee Gallardo, and I completely disagree with that. That was a suggestion, and so
maybe I suggested it. I just saw the female pronoun.
It references the female,
right?
And this is part of my argument. as many songs or poetry are, it's subject to interpretation. It was written over a year before, and he didn't buy the knife until December.
Right.
This was in April.
No, I get it. And of course, there's all this recent California Supreme Court authority in a different context, of course, about that the trial court should be very careful in letting in song lyrics and things like that, or poems and things like that. Of course, that's in a gang setting, and it's different, but it's still, the court's mindful of that legal authority. In any event, I also received a note asking the lawyers to zoom in on text. So if you're showing a chart or something like that and you want them, I can remind them that they'll get the exhibits when they're admitted in deliberations. Okay, 15-minute break. We'll get started at 3:20, folks. Okay, thank you. Matter submitted. Off record. 1, and we have Mr. Kumada that's on the witness stand. I did want to let the jurors know that any exhibit that's admitted into evidence will go into the jury deliberation with you, and so you'll get a chance to look at anything that is screened by the court and admitted into evidence. And if it goes too quickly up there, or you can't see anything in particular, you will get a chance to look at that closely and discuss it. So thank you. All right, Mr. Vanderhook, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. And sir, we've got 2 devices that you've examined, and I just want to talk briefly about the identifying information for those devices. So we talked first about an Apple MacBook Pro. Do you remember that discussion?
Yes.
And that came from the FBI?
We received it from, for the MacBook?
Yes.
That came from the United States Secret Service.
Okay, and did it have an agency identifying number associated with that item?
It did.
And what was that?
Your Honor, may I refer to my report to refresh my memory?
Okay.
Thank you. It came with the identifying number FBI-44.
And was there a serial number associated with that laptop?
Yes.
What was that?
The serial number was C02VM0H9HV2H.
And then regarding the Apple iPhone XS Max that we talked about, and we talked about the location data and the images found on that. Was there an agency item number associated with that?
Yes.
What was that?
It was a Davis Police Department agency number. Your Honor, may I once again refresh my memory?
Okay.
160.
Okay, thank you. That was direct. Mr. Hutchinson, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kumada.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to try to break this down, go very slowly. Let's talk about the phone. That was an iPhone XS Max.
Yes.
Did you physically inspect that phone?
Yes.
It had a shattered screen?
Yes.
And by shattered,
Pretty significantly shattered.
and the iPhone XS, that was available for purchase in 2018?
I do not recall.
Is it an older model?
Yes.
In 2023, was it an older model iPhone?
Yes.
And from your experience, as iPhones get older, do they hold a charge as long?
No.
Is that pretty common for an iPhone not to hold a charge as long as it gets older?
Unfortunately, yes.
Have you experienced that with your own iPhone?
Yes.
I'm convinced Apple does it to make us buy new iPhones. But that's pretty common, right, with iPhones?
Yes.
Now, an iPhone can, obviously, it had internet ability, so you can access the internet with the iPhone, obviously.
Yes.
I'd like to talk to you about cached images. A cached image is something a website automatically uploads either to your computer or your device when you access the website.
It's at the browser or the application is the one that's doing the requesting and the downloading.
The browser is doing that?
Yes.
Okay, explain what you mean by that.
So the browser is the interface for which you use the internet, and so the website itself provides the images, but the browser is the one that decides whether or not it's going to download them or not, the images.
And by browser, what do you mean?
I would say it depends. It could be the web browser, it could be an application that is accessing the internet, but it could also refer to a web browser.
And what is a web browser?
The common ones that you know of are like Google Chrome, Mozilla Firefox, Safari, and they're basically what display everything that is accessible on the internet in a user-friendly format.
So if I go on my browser, my phone, I go to Amazon right now, and I start looking for a knife, is my browser going to upload cached images onto my phone?
It would download them to your phone.
Excuse me, download them. They're going to download them onto my phone?
Yes.
Okay. And many cached images, or oftentimes, or even most of the time, a person who's using the phone doesn't know the images are being downloaded onto their phone.
Yes.
Mr. Reales Dominguez's phone had over 220,000 images on it, correct?
I believe so.
Most of those were cached images.
Yes.
Did you actually determine what percentage of the 220,000 images on his phone were cached images?
No, I did not.
So a person could have thousands, even hundreds of thousands of images on their phone and have no knowledge of that.
Correct.
Would it be fair to say that probably all of us in this courtroom right now who have cell phones probably have thousands of images on our phone that we've never seen?
It depends by what you mean never seen.
Do you have to actually click on a specific photo on a website for it to be cached, or does the website download multiple photos?
As the web browser loads the information.
So there's multiple photos?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that, assume for this question, that Mr. Reales Dominguez purchased a knife on Amazon on December 5th of 2023. Assume that happened, correct?
Okay.
You found, you said, 500 images of knives, cached images of knives on his phone between December 5th and December 6th, correct?
Yes.
And that is consistent with the time he purchased a knife on Amazon.
Okay.
Well, are you familiar with, so, did you look at his Amazon records?
Not personally, no.
So, assuming he purchased a knife, and then there's 500 cached images on the date he purchased a knife, that would lead you to conclude that that is what the browser downloaded when he was making the purchase.
It would suggest that.
And if I were to purchase on Amazon a mop on December 20th, probably if you looked at my cached images, there would be multiple cached images of mops or similar items on that date.
Likely, yes.
So let's turn to another cached image that you were asked about. That was that memorial of David Breaux.
Okay.
That also was a cached image.
Yes.
And it was uploaded onto the phone on May 3rd when Mr. Reales Dominguez's phone accessed his UC Davis account.
That's what the data suggested, yes.
Did you do any investigation to see if that image on May 3rd was on the UC Davis website?
I tried to, yes.
Were you able to determine that?
No.
You were familiar that at that time, this image was being spread around on media, social media. You were aware of that, correct?
Yes.
It was all over the internet.
Yes.
Correct? It was in many articles.
Yes.
But you were unable to determine if the UC Davis website had that image on it on May 3rd.
Yes.
But if it did, anyone logging onto that website could have that image uploaded into their phone without any knowledge.
Yes.
So it is possible that every person who logged into their UC Davis account on May 3rd of 2023 may have that image on their phone.
Yes.
Did you ever look at the actual UC Davis records to see what Mr. Reales Dominguez did when he logged into his account?
From the UC Davis side?
Yeah.
I don't have access to the UC Davis side.
So you've never actually seen the records of what he did when he logged into that account on May 3rd?
I've seen the records of what he did from that his browser recorded.
Okay. But the UC Davis would have the specific records as to what he did once he logged in.
We would have the records on his browser of what the browser recorded that he did, but we wouldn't have UC Davis's access to what he did from their perspective.
Once he gets into his student account, what he did at that point, correct?
Correct. We would be able to see what web pages he visited, but if there were things that were nested within that didn't load something new, those wouldn't be recorded into his web browser.
And this UC Davis account, is that a place where you go to make an appointment with a counselor?
It could.
Do you have any specific knowledge as to what it is?
It appears to be a portal for people with access to the login.
But we would, the people who would have the record showing exactly what he did, exactly what request he was making, that would be UC Davis.
It could be UC Davis. It could be the browser records. I would have to examine them further to know for sure.
But you didn't see that in your report. You could, from your examination so far, you were unable to tell what he did or what he requested when he logged on to that portal on May 3rd.
From the browsing data, the next request was for a schedule builder.
Schedule builder. Did you attend UC Davis?
I did not.
Do you know what schedule builder is on the UC Davis website?
I can make assumptions, but I don't know for sure.
But once again, someone from UC Davis would be the best person to answer that question.
Employed at UC Davis, yes.
I'd like to talk to you about the power on, power off log. You have that in front of you right now?
I can.
Can you pull it up?
Yes.
I'm not going to put it back up on the screen. The jury will get it in evidence, but you went back and made a chart of recording all the power on, power off events beginning in August of 2022.
Yes.
And you noted that on April 19th, the battery died, correct? On April 19th?
Yes.
Okay. That means no one turned it off, it just ran out of juice.
Correct.
And the battery also died on April 23rd?
Yes.
The battery also died on April 25th?
Yes.
And the battery also died on April 27th?
Yes.
Now, on April 17th, did the battery die on that day as well?
Yes, it did.
But prior to April 17th, you are unable to tell whether those other prior power on, power off events are because someone turned it on or the battery died, correct?
It becomes much less clear based on the logs.
The data that you have only allows you to see that from April 17th and forward.
Correct.
So all these other logs recorded, half of them, 75% of them, they could all be the battery dying. You just can't make that determination.
Correct.
So, but looking at the logs, you could see within the 3 months leading up to the events in late April and early May, there were some significant periods where the phone was off for an extended period of time. From February 20th to February 24th, the phone was off for 4 days.
Yes.
From March 23rd to March 28th, the phone was off for approximately 5 days.
Yes.
And then from March 28th to March 30th, the phone was off for 2 days.
Yes.
And there are other periods during that time when the phone was off for an extended period of time.
It appears so, yes.
So, based on what you saw, this pattern of the phone being off for an extended period of time, that had gone on for several months.
It appears so, yes.
So, in terms of the phone being off around the events that are charged in this case, assume that David Breaux was killed sometime on the night of April 26th or the early morning of April 27th. Can you assume that fact?
Okay.
The phone died, I mean, it lost power on April 25th at 11:49 p.m., correct?
Yes.
So either a day before or perhaps more than a day before.
Yes.
And it did not power back on again until 4:57 a.m. on April 27th.
Yes.
And then it died again later that afternoon, once again power going off, at 4:13 p.m.
Yes.
And then when did it power back on? Later that evening, is that correct?
Yes, at 11:26 p.m.
And then it was turned off on, according to your log, on April 28th at 12:21 a.m.
Yes.
And it then remained off until April 30th at 11:43 a.m.
Yes.
So this phone was off for long periods of time during this time frame we're talking about.
Yeah, for more or a day or more.
But once again, when it first was turned off on the 25th, that was due to the battery dying.
Yes.
And assume that Kimberlee Guillory was stabbed on the night of May 1st, approximately 11:45. The phone was on at that time, correct?
Yes.
Just it was located at the Hawthorne residence, based on your analysis.
Yes.
Now, sir, you indicated in your report that the data you used, the primary source is a specific type of data. You remember writing that on page 2 of your report?
Are you referring to the location data?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
You say primary. What do you mean by that? Did you use some other less reliable data as well?
No.
So when you said primary source, you should have wrote only source?
Yes.
So that's just an error in drafting.
Yes.
So my last question, you recall the prosecutor showed you an image, it showed a large circle on May 1st, about 7 p.m., is that correct?
Are you referring to the example image that was shown? Yes.
And is that at May, if you look at it in front of you, I want to make sure I'm getting it correct. Is that May 1st?
Yes, that's May 1st of 2023.
And so this is at 7 p.m. on May 1st?
Correct.
Did you determine where this location is?
Yes.
Is that the Sycamore Lane Apartments?
I don't know the name of the apartment complex.
Is it an apartment complex near Sycamore Lane?
I believe so.
So there's a circle, it includes several buildings, it also includes the parking lot. Does that mean that at that time, Mr. Reales Dominguez was either in one of those buildings or in the parking lot?
Based off the positioning, yes.
So he could have been just passing through the parking lot?
It could be, yes.
Are you able to tell whether he was passing through or whether he was there for an extended period of time?
I'll have to refer back to the data set to answer that for sure.
But as you said, now you don't know?
I can look at the chart on the following, or the map on one of the following pages to answer that.
Okay. So it could be this is just him walking past a location?
It could be.
Can you determine that just by looking at the map on the other page?
Yes. Based off of that, it appears that that the phone did not spend an extended period of time at that location.
So he may have simply been cutting through a parking lot?
It's possible.
And on the routes you noted on May 1st and May 2nd, that was to and from the UC Davis campus?
Yes.
Did you compare that, and you noted some buildings, correct?
Yes.
Did you compare that with the buildings to see if he was going to his classes on May 1st and May 2nd?
I didn't refer to a class schedule. I just used Google Maps to determine the name and location of the buildings.
But he was going to some buildings at UC Davis?
At or around those buildings, yes.
And so, May 1st, well, in fact, you're familiar with the dates that these stabbings happened, the dates and times?
Not off the top of my head.
I've already asked you to assume that Mr. Breaux was stabbed either the night of April 26th or the early morning of April 27th.
Okay.
And can you assume Mr. Abou Najm was stabbed the night of April 29th at approximately 9:10 p.m.?
Okay.
And you can assume Miss Guillory was stabbed on the night of May 1st at approximately 11:45.
Okay.
So, assuming those facts, May 1st, if he's going to class, that would be after the first two stabbings, would it not?
Yes.
And on May 2nd, if he's going to class, that would be after all stabbings.
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, counsel. And Mr. Vanderhoek, any redirect?
Yes, sir. Mr. Kumada, regarding the screen on the phone that you examined, the cracked screen, Was it so cracked that the phone was not usable?
I do not recall. I refer to my report to refresh my memory.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct. The screen was not usable.
So if the phone was turned on, could people see what was on the screen? Or could you see could you log in and do stuff on the phone if you wanted to?
This touch screen was unresponsive, so you couldn't enter anything.
All right. And then you talked with Mr. Hutchinson about the UC Davis login page and that kind of activity of logging in at that page.
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify, that activity, was that done on the laptop that you examined or on the phone that you examined?
That was on the MacBook, so the laptop.
Okay, so the visiting of the UC Davis page and logging in is on a computer and not on a phone?
Yes.
Okay, and so I want to ask you a little bit about cache images. When you look at a website, and I pull up a website and it's got like images on the website, are those images then sometimes cached on the computer?
Yes.
And so those are cached images, and I don't have to like click save, it's just something that the computer saves the images itself.
Yes.
And so regarding a website, is it going to cache images that aren't on that website?
It is possible, depending on, it would have to have been appearing on the website at the time, but it may not have originated from that website. For instance, advertisements that may come from a different website could appear in the cached images.
Okay, so I want to talk to you about the Amazon kind of cached images and the number of knife images that were there during that time. You were shot on Amazon?
Yes.
When you search for an item, does it display kind of images of items responsive to your query?
Yes.
And does it display a number of items that are responsive?
Yes.
Would it display 550 on a single page?
Only if you keep on scrolling down.
Okay, and then as you're scrolling, does it load more as you're going?
Yes.
And so would having kind of that number of images be consistent with someone who is looking at different options and shopping around on the site?
Usually, yes.
Okay, any recrossing?
I know some people are picky shoppers, but 500 images, isn't it true, sir, that websites, you could look at just a few images and there would be multiple cached images put on your tablet or phone?
Of those same images?
Or similar type images?
It would need to be loaded onto the web browser to be saved into the cache.
I go to a website and I only look at one item, but there's multiple items on that website. Isn't it true that that browser can upload all those items onto my phone?
It would download whatever.
Sorry.
It would download to what was shown on the screen and loaded by the web browser, saved to the phone or to the computer.
I think that answers my question, but in other words, you don't have to actually look at a specific image for a cached image to be uploaded onto your phone, correct?
From a user perspective, you don't have to look at the image, yes.
We're done, right?
Yes. You said the phone wasn't usable. How many phones did you evaluate?
2 phones.
So you said which phone? So 2 phones were recovered from Mr. Reales Dominguez's house.
Okay.
Well, do you know?
I don't know the circumstances of the recovery of the phones.
But the one that was downloaded, the one that had this data we're discussing, was that usable?
At the time when I extracted the data, I was unable to use the touchscreen of the phone.
At that time?
Yes.
Did both phones have cracked screens?
Yes.
Okay. But it really wouldn't make much sense if a phone couldn't be used at all to power it on and power it off, would it?
If it was unusable at the time that it was used.
But you would agree that if phone touchscreen doesn't work at all, then there's really no reason to charge it or no reason to turn it on or off. You would agree with that, correct?
It depends on what the person has the phone for.
But you know that there can be phones that can be severely cracked and hard to read, but you can still use them. You've seen that.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Okay, all right, this is your witness, are we done? Okay.
Last point. Sir, when law enforcement officers select phones, is there a protocol that should be followed for preserving the data that's on the phone?
Yes.
What's that?
They should be removed from the network and so isolated from Wi-Fi networks, from the cellular network, so it so the data isn't constantly changing, and so that way there can't be any sort of remote wipe. So try and isolate it from the network.
Is that generally done by putting the phone in airplane mode?
Yes.
And so we talked earlier about how certain types of data are only saved for certain amounts of days. It's important to kind of isolate the phone like you talked about so that data that only lasts for a small period is not removed by the phone itself.
The phone may still remove things even if it's not connected to a network.
Okay. And do you know if this phone that you're examining was one that came while it was in airplane mode, isolated from the network?
The way that it was received when I did the extraction of the phone, it was powered off.
Okay. And when you power it on, is it in the same mode or is it not?
It's in the previous mode of when it was turned off. So in this case, it was in airplane mode.
Okay. So when you powered it on, it was in airplane mode?
Yes.
And so then do phones go in airplane mode by themselves?
No.
Okay, so then by it being in airplane mode, then it then would appear that somebody previously interacted with the phone and put it in airplane mode.
Yes.
All right. Mr. Kumada, thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it. Have a great day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're not walking off with any exhibits. Those are your documents you came with.
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, super. And I'm looking for a witness then, Mr. Morrow.
People call Dr. Matthew Massie.
Okay, great. Thank you. Dr. Massie, come on in. Good afternoon. My name is Sam McAdam. I'm presiding over this trial, and thank you for being here. I'm going to have the clerk administer an oath to you. After you take the oath, then I want you to have a seat in the witness stand. We have 2 lawyers to ask questions.
Please raise your hand. You do solemnly swear that you're about to give in the cause now pleaded with the court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Be seated. First and last name for the record. You spell them both.
My first name is Matthew, M-A-T-T-H-E-W. My last name is Massie, M as in Mary, A-S-S-I-E.
Okay, thank you. Can you move in a little closer to the mic? Maybe angle that mic up a little bit for you? Yes, that should work. Okay, Mr. DeMora, direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Massie.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Massie, tell us a little bit about yourself. Obviously, I'm referring to you as doctor. What do you do for a living?
I'm a neurologist at UC Davis Medical Center. My first career was computer science, and I went to medical school recently, and I'm in a residency program at UC Davis. I'll graduate next month.
And as a doctor, you have training and experience on how to perform life-saving procedures such as CPR at one level all the way up to more higher levels of expertise.
Definitely. I timed my residency pretty poorly. During a pandemic, I've had a lot of experience with CPR.
I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry
vividly.
I want to start with where you were living at the time. I'll show you two exhibits, People's 25C and 25D. Before I approach you with those, you don't have to give your address, but what street were you living on?
Sycamore, right near the park.
And that is the Davis Triangle.
That is correct.
When you say right next to the park, are you referring to Sycamore Park?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to approach, Your Honor.
Okay.
Dr. Massie, in this first exhibit, People's 25C, you recognize that as a Google map of City Davis with Sycamore Park and Sycamore Boulevard in it?
I do. I see an X marking the spot where Karim was murdered.
And going to 25D on the back side, or excuse me, behind that one, sorry, right there. And do you also recognize that as a Google map image sort of pulled out from Sycamore Park and Sycamore covering City Davis?
I do, yeah. It's this same mark at the same spot.
And is the red X on both of those, you mentioned that on 25C, that looked like where Karim was murdered. Do you believe that those markings are accurate to the best of your recollection?
Actually, let me look again here. It's accurate. Yes, it is accurate.
Now let's see, do you have a different color marker up here than red?
There's blue and green here.
Oh, perfect. With blue, I'd like you, if you can, on 25C to circle where your residence is. Start on this one, on 25C. And then on 25D, if you do that as well. Great. Thank you. Where were you around 9:10 p.m. on April 29, 2023?
I was at home. I was working on a project to connect to weather satellites, and so I had my back door open, ran a cable out to the dish in the backyard, and I was focused on my computer and working on that project at the time.
Where does the back door open to? Which street?
It opens in the backyard. It's a sliding door. It's in the north east corner of the house. I should say, if I step out of that sliding door and turn to the left, I can see the scene where this occurred. It's that close.
How far away would you estimate, if you were to step out into your backyard and to the scene where you found Karim, would you estimate that to be?
I wrote a document where I used Google Maps to give that in meters. I don't have that with me right now, but it's not far at all. I would say...
Let me do this. Where I'm sitting to the door is 38 feet.
I would say then it's 70 at the most, maybe closer to 50 to 70 feet.
On that night while you were working, can you describe the noise level outside? Was it loud? Was it quiet?
It's a college town. We're not too far from a high school, so it's pretty common to hear a lot of commotion. The park has a bike route. There's often people riding bikes and making noise a lot, and so that's not uncommon to hear.
At some point around there something that you heard that caught your attention?
Yes. I heard someone that sounded terrified. They were crying, "Help me." And then I heard them say, "My God, dear God, somebody help me." And when they said that, their voice sounded weaker, almost as though, I'm speculating, it was sounded like someone covering their mouth, or
Just speculation, right? Yeah, assistant, that's right. Grant, most matters stricken. Mr. DeMauro, rework it, because some of that didn't need to be stricken. It's just the part we're speculating.
Yes. Dr. Massie, you said the voice sounded weaker as you were hearing these calls for help. I want to follow up with, on that point, in your medical training that you have received, have you had the opportunity to speak to people or interact with people who their mouths had filled with liquid or they had difficulty breathing?
that's happened. The thing I'm trying to remember is if in that situation, usually the person is unable to speak to me. So to be completely honest, I cannot think of a case where I had a patient who was having airway difficulties, they're trying to speak. Let me think a moment. Nothing comes to mind.
Let me ask you this way. As the voice was becoming weaker, were the words becoming less audible?
There was nothing after that. That was the last thing I heard him scream. And it, as I mentioned, yeah, it trailed off.
From the first cries for help that you heard, were those very clear in what you heard? It sounded like someone was able to articulate those things.
So, I provided the court audio of this, and to be honest, because I was focused on my project, I did not hear the earlier cries. But toward the end, when I started hearing the commotion was something other than typical commotion, I could hear very clearly the cry for help. And it sounded like someone who was absolutely terrified. When I left to go from this person, I yelled to my wife, "I'm going to the park. There's someone screaming for help and they're terrified." That was exactly what I told her.
Did it sound like, as you heard more of the cries for help, did it sound like the individual was having more difficulty making those cries for help?
There was no sound after he said that. I heard, "Help me. My God, dear God, somebody help me." And then it trailed off and there was no more cries for help after that.
From when you heard when those cries for help trailed off, were you still at your house getting ready to go to the park, or had you already left to go to the park?
I heard him say that as I was putting my shoes on, and I was already on my way. I provided the court times of how long it took. It took from the time he first screamed on my home audio until I was there was about 90 seconds. To clarify, he had been screaming for a while. I don't know how long it was from the time I heard him scream that last time until I was there, but at the most it was 90 seconds.
You say screaming for a while. Can you estimate how long you heard screams?
It's in the document I provided. You can actually, I have it to the second when you can first hear the screams, but the thing is I don't know the time when the screaming stopped.
Let me ask you this. And did you have, and we'll come back to that in a little bit, but did you make it to the park?
I did, as fast as I could. Because there's always so much commotion and people even screaming for help sometimes, being silly, I don't immediately call the police. And so my thought was, I need to go out and figure out what's going on. I was in my backyard for a short period of time, listening if I could hear the cry for help again. And I looked over the back gate in my backyard, which allowed me to peer straight into the park. And that's when I saw what appeared like people on the ground and bikes next to them. I was hopeful that what had happened was that two people had collided on the path or something had happened. And so I did not call the police at that time. I just opened my gate and ran to the park. You can see on the video I provided the court how rapidly I was moving to get there to help them.
So let me stop you right there. When you created your gate and you saw two people, you said you saw on the ground. Did you see from your backyard what was going on between these two people?
No, not at all. The location was very dark. The path into the park near Sycamore has a light that makes it easy to see that intersection. And then further into the park is a second light, which makes it easy to see. But there's an area between them that is very dark with some trees. And it's a spot that makes it very difficult to see what's going on.
Is that the area where these two people were?
That's correct. They were in the dark area between those two lights. And I couldn't make out much more than people on the ground and what looked like two bikes to me at the time off to the side.
Did you take anything with you when you went to the park?
Unfortunately, no. It's something I regret.
A cell phone or a light or something like that?
I had my phone. I didn't bring a flashlight. I always have a flashlight ready, but I had it in my car, and so I went out with just my flashlight. I'm sorry, with just my phone.
Did you find the two people you just described, were they still at the park when you got there?
Yep. they were.
Back there, how close were you to the two people?
So, using I'll use the court as an estimate. So, basically, to that podium behind you, if I were standing on Sycamore entering the park, they would have been about that far away on the ground in the darkness.
20 feet.
Did you get any closer when the two people were both there?
Yes. The first thing I said was, "Are you guys okay? Did you have a wreck? What's going on?" No one moved. No one replied. And then I started walking closer toward them. And it took a while for my eyes to adjust to the darkness. But once I got closer, I realized Karim was on his back, wearing his backpack. And the other person was just on the other side of him, on his belly, looking, well, he was on his belly behind him, not moving as well. I did a terrible job describing that. I want to do that again, if it's okay.
Give me a second, I'll break it up to make those.
Okay, thanks.
So, you know one of the people there to be Karim Abou, correct?
Correct.
So let's start with Karim. Where was he on this bike path?
He was off the bike path. He was laying a little bit diagonal. His feet aiming off the path with his head near the concrete bike path. And his backpack was still on him.
Was he on his back or on his side or on his side?
He was on his back. He was laying on his backpack.
Do you remember about how much of his body was off of the paved path?
I think a good way to describe it is if you imagine someone wearing a backpack that they have on, and they kind of scoot down into the backpack with the backpack on the concrete and the rest of their body in the grass beside the concrete pathway.
Okay, so the other individual, I was the other person you described, and just to be clear, only two people at this point, excluding yourself.
That is correct.
Where was this person in relation to where Karim was?
Opposite me, so on the other side of Karim, with himself sort of placed directly behind him and on his back with his head sort of turned. I couldn't tell if he was looking at me. He was not moving. Neither of them were moving. Neither of them were speaking. Neither of them answered my questions or when I called to them. And to be clear, I was moving quickly toward the two of them. So what we're describing is we're taking our time. I guess what I'm saying is that it was not
it did not take long for me to get to them.
We're breaking it up and putting it in
That's
slow
right.
motion.
Right, exactly. It just seems different now, talking about it so slowly.
To be clear for the placement of this, so you enter the car.
Correct.
Officer Moore. It's you, it's Karim, and then the other person.
Directly behind them. That's right.
And when you say directly behind, is this person on the side of Karim? Is he at Karim's feet? Is he?
So they're head to head, feet to feet, and Karim's on his back. The other person is on their stomach, behind the backpack, with their head sort of turned. I could speculate they were looking toward me. I don't know. That's what it felt like, but I did not see them look at me and not get a good view of them at that moment as I was racing up because it was so dark. But I knew there were two people there.
This other person, did you see anything in his hand at this time?
No.
Did you see him make any movements or anything like that?
No. He was perfectly still. Both of them were perfectly still, which was perplexing. And then the second person instantly jumped up and ran so fast. It was as though they were waiting for me to get to a certain distance, or maybe, again, this, I don't want to speculate. It's important.
Yeah. Sustain.
I'm sorry?
It's all good. Don't speculate.
No, that's what I mean.
Exactly.
But when I say they jumped up because they were waiting, that sounded.
All you have to do is describe what you saw. And you
yeah, I apologize.
No, it's all good. Thank
What
you.
I mean by that is, it seemed they were instantly on. I guess I'll just say that. As I moved closer, they instantly sprung into action, jumped up, grabbed something. I thought it looked like a white hat or something. I wasn't sure on the ground. And then they grabbed the bike. And I thought there were two bikes, but there were only one. They grabbed the bike and then they took off running.
Let's stop right there for a second. When this person jumped up, about how close had you gotten to Karim and this other person at that point?
Closer than you and I are. Yeah, not much closer, but just on the other side of the podium for me. So I'm about this close when they jump up and take off. I don't know how many feet that would be. I guess if that's 20, this would be probably 12 feet away.
Did it appear to you, or did you think in that moment that you may have startled this person?
Yes, they seemed to be running from me as though I had threatened them when all I had said was, "Are you guys okay?" And I was trying to piece together the situation because none of it made sense to me. I was close enough to see Karim at that time, and I saw some of his injuries, and it seemed more serious than just a bike accident.
When you were approaching Karim and the other person there, could you tell was this other person, male?
Yes.
We see Karim and this other male that were there. You asked if they were okay. Did you continue to talk to them as you were getting closer?
Yes. I mean, I was saying reassuring things like, are you guys okay? Do you need help? Do you want me to call someone? Things like that. But I didn't get any response from anyone.
At some point, did this other male respond to you? Did he say something about you?
Not initially. So I didn't chase the other male initially because I wasn't sure what was going on. But as I approached Karim, as I approached them, I turned my iPhone light on, which didn't really help. But the one thing it did do is as I approached them, I really couldn't see in the dark, but as I walked, I saw Karim's face. I saw the blood around him, and I realized the injuries were more serious, and that's when I started thinking some kind of foul play had occurred. So then I started chasing the other male.
When did the person, the other male, did he run before or after you turned the light on?
After I had turned my light on as I was approaching them because it was so dark, it didn't help. Yes.
From what you remember, was it instantaneous? You turned your light on and that other male immediately popped up and ran, or was there a delay?
I honestly don't remember. What I do remember, it was after only because I turned it on as I walked into the darkness because I could not see anything, and they took off running, you know, as I was getting closer with the light on. But I don't think it was instantaneous. I'm not sure.
You said that you thought there were two bikes, but there was only one.
Correct.
Where was that bike? Where was that bike?
Well, if you were to draw a line from them on the ground, straight from their legs, it was off to the side in the darkness and the dirt and grass next to the trail.
Was any part of Karim or this other male touching the bike when you first saw him?
No.
Were they inches away, feet away? How far?
I would say 2 or 3 feet away. It wasn't very far from where they were at.
The male that ran, he grabbed like a hat, a white hat, and he grabbed the bike. Is that what you said?
I saw him grab something. I was speculating that it looked like a white hat. It could have been a white rag, a white towel, something that was bright enough that I could see it in the darkness, and he just grabbed it, grabbed the bike, and then took off running toward the bike, or toward the bike path to get on the bike and to ride the bike away.
This person, when they grabbed the bike, could you tell, were they running with the bike at their side? Like
Yes.
The handlebars?
That's right. So they initially picked the bike up. The bike was to their right side. They were running with the bike to get momentum onto the trail, and that was when I took off running after them. So I was going to try to get closer to see who they were and what was going on, because at that point I had seen Karim's injuries and I was suspicious that they had done it.
Okay, let me stop you there. Dr. Massie, I want to thank you for your testimony today, and that's all the time we have. So, Mr. Moore, can we start with this witness at 9:30 tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay, so Dr. Massey, I'll see you. Have a good night. Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Thank you. You're excused. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to be back tomorrow. It will be a normal schedule, 9:30 to 4:30, with the breaks we talked about. And each night, remember, don't form any opinions, don't discuss, don't research. And I'll see you tomorrow, same time. Thank you, folks. Have a great night. Thank you. Off the record. Of the jury. And then Mr. DeMora, what's tomorrow look like?
Another full day, Your Honor. We'll finish with Dr. Massey. We'll have Officer Keel. We'll have PSS Sherry Kolb, likely Dispatcher Shannon Hall. I have Sergeant Diaz returning. I have Ms. Guillory as well, and pathologist Dr. Chu. And I may have other witnesses lined up depending on how fast we move.
Okay. All right. Thanks for that heads up. Okay. Super. Thank you. All right. Any issues for the prosecution at this point?
On the motion that Mr. Hutchinson filed either late yesterday or early this morning, if we could perhaps, I can respond to that tomorrow morning. I didn't have a chance to fully read it, but I think we can do that probably 30 minutes.
So that's regarding pictures of the decedents prior to the day.
Correct.
Yeah, right. And do we need to address that tomorrow?
Possibly, but not immediately.
Okay. Well, I'll take it closer in time to when we need it. Thanks.
It may be something we could, at the earliest, we need to address in the afternoon session.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate the heads up. Anything else then, Mr. Kimura?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Counsel. I appreciate it. Mr. Hutchinson, any issues at this time?
Yes, one issue, Your Honor. The court in limine motion granted the 911 call of Ms. Guillory, and in listening to the call again, she handed it off to an unknown third party who appears to be relaying hearsay what other people told her, and that would not be a proper excited utterance. I have a spontaneous declaration. I have no objection to the 911 call where Ms. Guillory is speaking, but this unknown person who is heard calling out to other people, asking for information, then making assertions, I don't believe that is a proper spontaneous statement. So I apologize. I should raise that in limine. I did not realize there would be another person relaying hearsay on the 911 call.
And it's non-spontaneous because why? We can't identify the the speaker, or?
No, she appears, it's spontaneous, but it has to be based on something she personally observed. And what is clear, she's yelling out to other people to get information. You can't tell from that whether she observed what she's saying or is simply relaying what other people told her.
Okay.
And it suggests, because they asked for a description, and I believe she yells out, do we have a description? Which suggests she didn't actually see it, but she makes a reference to where this person allegedly ran. And so my concern is that it's not something this person has personally observed, and because we don't know who she is, that people can't lay a foundation for that.
Yeah, okay, thanks for articulating that. Any response?
And under Evidence Code 1240, if you can have multiple levels of excited utterances or spontaneous statements, as long as everyone is perceiving the same event and they're relaying that while they're under the excitement and stress of that event, then you have multiple hearsay exceptions. So if the unidentified caller with Ms. Guillory is being told by other people who are perceived the description are under the stress of an event, and I don't think there's going to be any question that people were stressed out or excited at the time, then you have hearsay exceptions to that, and then you have the hearsay exceptions that are being related to dispatch as well.
Mr. Hutchinson, so everybody's worked up, and somebody off the phone is describing and narrating an event under excitement, and they're narrating that to a second narrator who's also excited and receiving it in real time. What's your argument?
I've never seen in my career a double spontaneous statement. The code, Evidence Code Section 1240, says it purports to narrate, describe, or explain an act, condition that's perceived by the declarant. My suspicion is this is a person who did not witness it, but came in later and is now relaying what others told her. What others told her is not a spontaneous statement. She's not under the stress of what others told her. So I disagree with
I agree with that reading. It's also, it's also problematic that we don't know who this is. So you really can't test the veracity of what's happening. Is this piece of evidence that critical?
It is critical in the sense that it captures the statements and the perception and the pain that Ms. Guillory is going through at that moment.
Well, we're going to get that. No, we're not. There's no objection, and the court is for sure going to allow that in. It's just this secondhand. It's really a secondhand narration of what other people are perceiving, and that's not what the rule was intended for. And then it's also problematic because it's an unidentified person and makes it, it just, you can't really test it and so forth. Do you know the other people? Well, you have eyewitnesses, and you're going to bring them in. There's two other folks, right?
Ms. Guillory will be here.
Right. Okay.
And there is a possibility that Ms. Guillory will be able to identify that person.
Let me see the transcript. Tentative ruling is to grant the motion in limine, excluding statements made on the tape by unidentified second party who's not personally observing the incident. That's the way it's been described to me. But I do want to see the transcript of this, and we'll revisit it when I have that. Okay, thank you, counsel. Anything else at this time?
No, thank you.
No. Okay, all right, folks, I'll see you tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Off the record.